handsome liberal, depending on who you ask. A couple things to talk about. Now, today's different. This is a different way to start it out. Normally, if I'm off for a day or so, when I come back, there's all kinds of shit to talk about. And I usually make that clear, like, I wasn't on yesterday, so it's going to be three, four, five topics and things like that. Today is different because there is not a whole host of topics. And you know why? President Trump has not been on television every day. In fact, some are starting to speculate. Some of the left-wing hopefuls are starting to speculate that maybe something is wrong with his health or something. Now, listen, I know it's speculation, and I'm not saying I'm buying into it whatsoever. But the fact is, Trump is always on TV. Trump hosts press conferences. You hear from Trump every day. And I think he was on television today, photographed going golfing, but he didn't take any questions or anything like that. In fact, he hasn't been on television of any significance since Wednesday. Now, if this was President Biden, that wouldn't mean shit. Biden can go, we know the whole notion that Biden was hiding in his basement and you wouldn't see him on TV for a long. But Trump not being on television for several days in a row for Trump is that's different. That's not the normal Trump. So, and I see that in the comments, Michael Woodward says, love everything you do. Thank you very much for that compliment. I appreciate it. I'm sure I'll get plenty of counter insults tonight from some of my more lovely insults. And so thank you, Mr. Woodward, to hear somebody give me a nice pick-me-up. So thank you for that, Michael Woodward. But yeah, President Trump hasn't been on television for the better part of a week. And for Trump, that's a long time. For Biden, like I said, that ain't nothing out of the ordinary. You may have 2 weeks go by without hearing from Biden, whereas Trump every single day. So because he hasn't been on television every day, the amount of controversial topics and shit going on has been less. A lot of folks have stated, I wanted politics to get back to being boring again. You've probably heard people say that. Well, politics are never going to be boring under Trump, but fact is the last few days have been sort of chill because he hasn't been there. Looking in the comments, Arthur Hill says, you're so funny on other channels. I listened to you on Friday. Yeah, listen, I always make it clear. I'll get into the topics momentarily here and start taking calls, but yeah, normally if I'm not here talking to you fine folks on my own social media platforms, tonight we're on Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. If I'm not on my own platforms, I'm generally in a platform that's ran by MAGA. I prefer going into Republican lives. I like to chop it up and talk to MAGA. I really enjoy talking to them. Some very rare. I think I went in the liberal platform last week, and that was the first time in months. But I prefer going in right-wing, predominantly MAGA platforms, and I get attacked a lot. And I'm not as docile, for lack of a better term, as I am in here. In here, I give all my guests respect. But when I go on other platforms and it's 5, 6, 7 people taking me on at once, they're cussing me out, they're calling me all kinds of names. I'm not as, I'm a different guy. Some people have seen that. I mean, because that's what Arthur is saying in the comments. Some of you folks have seen I push back a lot harder when I'm on, listen, it's 5, 6, 7 people taking you on at once. Also, you often hear about the liberal snowflakes, censoring, banning everybody, wanting to block and not letting people speak. I can tell you from personal experience, that is not just a liberal thing. Take it from somebody who has been in MAGA platforms for 5 years, probably. You get a lot of blocked, banned, and censored on MAGA. I mean, you're not going to escape censorship by leaving the left and going to the right. They just do it in favor of the right. I get blocked. My mic gets muted. We don't do any of that on this program. We don't have a moderator, any of that. So when you come up, no matter what you're saying, you're allowed to say it without any concern of the host trying to limit your speech or dictate how you should say. And that is the reason we do that here, is because when I started out on this, I went straight to talk to MAGA, and I started noticing that was happening all the time. If you say something they don't like, they're muting your microphone. If you get a good point across, they're taking you and blocking you from the platform. We don't do that here. You can score punches all damn day and we'll bring you right back up the next time. We don't believe in censorship. You don't have hidden moderators here, turning off your microphone. We don't do any of that. But I can tell you for certain that happens in a hell of a lot of MAGA platforms. I've been on a lot of them. And of course it happens on liberal platforms as well. So we don't do any of that here. When we say free speech, then we mean it. So 2 topics that we're talking about. You see what's on the monitor behind me. Now, I'm going to admit this is somewhat of I don't want to say clickbait, but it's not. Listen, I'm saying the screen says Chicago's under attack. Chicago's not going to be under attack, but it is going to be flooded likely with federal agents and ICE. Now, the reason I'm just finagling with the words and saying under attack is because the residents of Chicago, the overwhelming majority of residents of Chicago, do not want this to happen. And of course, with President Trump, that doesn't make any difference. It's going to happen anyway. Now, there are people in these cities that do want the National Guard. It's not 100% don't send them. There are some people in Chicago that are fed up with the crime and do want them here. But nevertheless, there's probably people in every major city in America that wants the National Guard to deal with their crime as well. And it's no chance of it happening unless you live in a liberal city in a liberal state. Anywhere else, it's not going to happen. He's not going to send them there for you. So we'll talk about it from that aspect. But nevertheless, the mayor of Chicago is expecting this to happen really, really soon.
Let me start by saying this. I do not take this executive action lightly. I would have preferred to work in a more collaborative approach. I would have preferred to do the work with our allies in City Council to pass legislation ultimately. And we were doing that. We were doing just that. But some of the leaders who we are working with are standing behind me today. But unfortunately, we do not have the luxury of time. We have received credible reports that we have days, not weeks, before our city sees some type of militarized activity by the federal government. It is unclear at this time what that will look like exactly. We may see militarized immigration enforcement. We may also see National Guard troops. We may even see active duty military and armed vehicles in our streets. We have not called for this. Our people have not asked for this. But nevertheless, we find ourselves having to respond to this.
And that's why I'm titling the video, Chicago under attack, is because as you hear the mayor stating with his administration behind him, we didn't ask for this. Not only did they not ask for it, they're not even fully aware what Trump is going to send them. So clearly the Trump administration is not collaborating what they're doing with the government of Chicago at all. They don't even know what's coming. You heard him state we received credible information. Probably a leak within the FBI, a leak within the Trump administration somewhere has warned them. But the Trump administration is just going to flood their city with whatever they want to send into that city and then start governing on behalf of the federal government. But he's not even giving them a heads up of what's coming. So that's why I'm suggesting, from a standpoint of it being an attack, because it certainly is not a collab.
Clear. Although we believe the reports we have received are highly credible, this is an erratic, impulsive administration, and it is not always possible to understand and know exactly how he will move. He could change his mind, he could reverse course. In fact, I encourage him to do that. But still, we take these threats seriously, and we find ourselves in a position where we must take immediate, drastic action to protect our people from federal overreach.
Listen to what he's ordering his cops to do.
I'm signing an executive order today that will launch the Protecting Chicago Initiative. This is a project that builds on the months of preparation that we have done, that has led up to this very moment. Protecting Chicago will ensure that every Chicagoan knows their rights, that every single family is prepared, and every part of city government is directed to protect the people of Chicago from federal action. This sweeping executive order directs our Department of Law to pursue any and every legal mechanism to hold this administration accountable for violating the rights of Chicagoans. This order affirms that the Chicago Police Department will not collaborate with military personnel on police patrols or civil immigration enforcement.
Now, what does that mean? The city of Chicago police will not collaborate with the federal government on enforcement. So if all of a sudden some citizen of Chicago decides, I'm bored, let me go ahead and play with my Draco, and the feds are pinned down and they need to call for help, is he suggesting the city of Chicago won't show up? That's all I'm asking. What is he saying when they won't collaborate? Well, the city of Chicago, because no, let me just say it like this. Normally, it's a common courtesy that if you're from one member of law enforcement or one branch of law enforcement, you alert the local law enforcement that you're going to be playing around in their backyard, for lack of a better term. In other words, if you're DEA, ATF, ICE, immigration, whatever you are, if you're going to be doing raids in Chicago or you're going to be doing them in specific neighborhoods, generally you give a common courtesy to the local police and let them know we're going to be in your area going after such and such in this house, so that if 911 calls and stuff start coming in, the police will know something's going on and not to show up popping at anybody with a firearm, because you might be hitting plainclothes federal agents. But in this case, it's pretty clear. The Trump administration does not collaborate nor advise in Chicago of anything. They're just going to pop up there and start operating. So that could cause a whole lot of problems, considering that the federal agents are walking around in masks and barely even identifying themselves. That could cause a big, big problem. So we'll see. And that's where we're talking about Chicago is somewhat under attack, because this is an unwanted invite. Now, also, too, Kamala Harris, before we get into the box and taking the calls, and by the way, tap the screen. Go ahead and get us on up to 10,000. We can make this happen. Kamala Harris lost her security detail. MAGA is overwhelmingly happy about this one. MAGA is ecstatic about this, but Kamala Harris lost her security detail at the hands of President Trump. And to some degree, she's kind of joined the ranks of many others that have had the same thing happen to them, including Biden's children, Ambassador Bolton, et cetera, et cetera.
Revoking Secret Service protection for former Vice President Kamala Harris. Former President Biden extended Harris's protective detail for an additional year on top of the 6 months she's required to have by law. Now the president's saying they can terminate that effective September 1st. How significant is that?
Yeah, it is significant. The former vice president, is about to do a very big book tour in just a couple of weeks that has her traveling around the country. This is very highly publicized. A spokesperson for the former...
Now think about that. She's about to do a book tour. So, you know, Kamala's going to be at Barnes & Noble's on Thursday signing her book to anybody who purchases a copy. That's kind of how a book tour works. The bookstores, make a space for you, and people who come in and purchase your book know that they can have the possibility of getting the author to sign it. So this, as you heard the reporter state, this is a highly publicized tour. So this absolutely, if somebody wanted to take a bite out of Kamala Harris's safety, you got a full schedule of cities and where she's going to be, down to actual times she's going to be there. And now you know for certain Secret Service will not be accompanying her. Just want to point that out. He's doing this right before she's about to go on a nationwide book tour where all of her travel dates and locations and times are scheduled. So this would make it pretty easy for someone who is looking for a good time to take a pot shot at her. You know right where she's going to be at, what time and everything. So understand it. Anyway, looking in the comments, we'll start the program off. People is just a ploy. She too is Rev. Look who her husband is. We are, okay, I don't know what you're trying to say. We are government to them. Read their Talmud. I don't know what you're saying there, sir. Just look at the present and previous mayors of Chicago. That tells their entire story as to why Chicago is in such a sad state of affairs. Here's one thing I want to say on that. Chicago's a shithole. As you say, Chicago's in a sad state of affairs. My humble opinion, every major city in America fits that definition. There's no major city in America that's not a shithole or a sad state of affairs, just depending on what metrics you go by. And I'll describe that as the program goes on. Real quick, looking in the comments here, that will demonstrate his stand on law and order. What do you mean by that? Can I just say here in Chicago can I just say we here in Chicago aren't even concerned with this? Alter ego, I don't know if I buy that. I don't know, because I'm seeing folks on television saying the opposite. I mean, obviously the mayor is even saying that. I'm assuming the Hispanic community is saying that. I don't know. You're saying that people in Chicago are not concerned with this. I don't know about that one. I'd have to, let's see what happens, but it does appear fairly certain that Trump is going to send the National Guard into Chicago. So let's see once it kicks off how unconcerned the population of Chicago is. Damn, Donald Trump is so jealous. What is he jealous of? No, this is such 1980s thinking. Cities are safer than ever. Well, when I say that, when you say cities are safer than ever, I do believe Chicago has a lot of violence in it. But is it as much violence as it was during the crack epidemic? Probably not. New York is violent. Is it as violent as it was when Charles Bronson was making Death Wish movies? Probably not. And the same thing probably applies to LA and some other cities. But Trump is saying that these cities are shitholes. It's an emergency. Something needs to be done. And he has the presidential powers to do it. And that is where we are. But the cities are almost exclusively left. Yeah, the thing about it is the cities are always going to be exclusively left when you're talking about crime. But the reason I said any major city you go to is probably a shithole is because there's a whole lot of other metrics. I mean, if crime is happening in a city, that's an emergency. But if kids are going to school and never coming home due to gunfire, that's not. I mean, you can pick and choose your emergency. What if you got a whole city of people that are uninsured and the life expectancy is way lower than other cities? Is that an emergency? It just depends on what you're picking and choosing to be your emergency. What if a city has well over, 30-40% of its population below the poverty line? Is that an emergency? So what I'm simply saying is we're picking and choosing what we want to focus on. And I mean, all of this stuff affects American citizens. You don't have to get your purse snatched or be involved in a drive-by to have a really bad outcome. Getting sick and not having health care can take your life too. There's a whole bunch of other things. Poverty, all that stuff can take your life. So do we pick and choose what's an emergency and ignore other things that may be? Let's say infant mortality rate. Children dying in childbirth is way higher in one state than all the other states. Is that an emergency? So it really depends on what you're picking and choosing to meet the criteria of what happens to be an emergency. Nate Moreno. Good evening, Nate. Welcome to the program. Now, we'll start out with Kamala Harris. Do you think Trump? Do you have any issue at all with him just suddenly getting rid of Secret Service protection for Kamala Harris?
Yeah, he should have left it alone, just like every other president does.
Yeah. Why do you think he did it? Why do you think he chopped off a lot of it too?
Being an asshole. That's why. He's an asshole. That's exactly what it is. He wants to go after the Democrats and everything else and all that other stupid shit. Like he's talking about he's going to send the military over here and in New York and all that. He lived in New York his whole life. He never got shot. His family never got robbed or nothing. I know his pops got locked up with that KKK fight or whatever when he was younger.
Mm-hmm. Well, but you don't use the fact that a super wealthy guy like Trump never got shot as a way to judge whether New York is high crime or not, do you? I mean, we don't expect somebody in the 1% to deal with this.
No, but he does walk on the street. Like, if it's so dangerous and everything, like, you think he's going to send the military to Wall Street? You think to Fifth Avenue?
Ooh, that's a good question.
He's not going to send them down there.
That's a good question. I
He's
don't.
not going to send them down there. He's not going to send them to his building.
No.
He got buildings. He's not going to send them to the building. He's going to send them to wherever he wants to get the minorities at. That's where he's going to send them to.
So you think this is indeed about specifically targeting the minority community?
Yeah.
So how do you respond to folks who often suggest?
But that's how the stop and frisk already was going on in New York before. Like we know we done this already. He's just gonna send the military to do it.
Yeah. How do you respond to folks though that often suggest that by resisting this or not being in favor of Trump's effort to lower crime, it shows the Democrats are for crime, like they don't want to bring down crime?
If he was doing it everywhere, then you know it'll be different. If he was doing it to red states too, then it could be like, all right, well, you know, they're doing it here. Well, the only thing that's going to end up happening is that people are going to wait him out. Like, okay, I can't sell drugs on this block. I'll wait. Once he leaves, his 30 days, we'll come right back.
Wow.
All he's doing is shifting things around. That's what he's going to do.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. That if you're not arresting a whole, you know, a large amount of drug dealers, you're not arresting a bunch of killers and murderers, then that means they still exist and they're still in the community somewhere. And like I kind of tend to agree with you that they're just laying low until all this is over with. So I mean, but what if he just leaves them there indefinitely, though?
He has to be indefinite then. You see what I'm saying? Eventually, somebody's going to get him out. If the next president comes in, he'll be like, no, like, this is too much. That's how the next president will win. Like, we don't want military on our street. Get them out of here. They're never supposed to be here.
But how would that look? Let's say, for instance, you do get a liberal in there after Trump, and the liberal says exactly what you said. We don't want the military on the streets, and they take them out, and then the crime goes back up. How does that make the liberals look?
Well, they'll just give more police. Like, they'll do it the right way. There's cops and then there's military. Military's not supposed to be guarding us.
Yeah. I don't understand why he doesn't just simply allocate more money to expand the size of the police force. I don't know why he would talk about sending in the Marines and things like that when, if you can afford to do it that way. Now, if he did it temporarily, I guess there's an argument to be made, but he hasn't even talked about expanding the police force in these cities.
Well, I think he could hide the money that he's going to steal through the military easier than through the police department.
What do you mean when you say steal?
Yeah, he's a crook. So eventually he's stealing money somehow. So he's not just doing this just to do it, just to say, hey, like, look, I'm doing something great. He doesn't do anything that doesn't benefit him.
Well, he does like to
look. The military. They lost all those. What was it, like $2 or $4 billion they couldn't find. They never do their numbers right at the end of the year.
You're talking about the Pentagon in particular. Yeah, the Pentagon in particular can't pass an audit.
They lose money all the time through there, and nobody gets caught up in that or nothing. But the police department, a regular citizen could walk in and do a Freedom of Information Act and find out where the money's going and what's going to what.
Well, because it's military, it's often government and military oriented, they'll just say it's confidential and we can't tell you. We can't tell you, for instance, how much we spent on F-35s or how much we spent on radar.
They couldn't tell the Senate either. They couldn't tell the Senate either.
Yeah.
They went to the Senate. The Senate is like, hey, where's this money? Where's this going to? Oh, we don't know.
But I was told, but here's what I was told, and before I get to that, Eric in the comments says the National Guard is already paid. Well, the thing about it is if you extend their deployment, the cost for that is going to go up. I mean, if you're used to serving, I don't know how often they serve, a weekend every month or whatever it is, but all of a sudden now you're serving for 30 straight days, the cost associated with your deployment is going to be higher. So the idea that it's already paid, no, this is an extended deployment. You're sending National Guards from Tennessee and places like West Virginia and in Ohio, some distant places away. Louisiana got National Guard in D.C. The cost for that is going to be expensive to send those folks all the way to D.C., the equipment and everything. So that's more expensive than their normal deployment in Louisiana. So there is a cost associated with it. So. But at the end of the day, is there possible anything good could come out of this, Nate? I mean, crime in D.C. is currently down.
But I don't see nobody getting arrested for selling drugs. I don't see people getting arrested for killing anybody. So if there's no arrest, then it's just on hold. That's all that is.
Yeah, and I see some of them
If
been.
selling drugs, he's going to be selling drugs regardless. So that means you're not catching him. There's somebody selling drugs 24 hours a day somewhere.
Yeah.
There's always somewhere. Someone's getting high at some point. So there's a dealer somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, if I used to sell big drugs in D.C. and they got all these cops and shit around, I'm just gonna tell you, right now the drop-off spot is a 7-Eleven out in the burbs. Meet me by highway, whatever. They don't have him out there. This is where we're gonna do our drops at until they get rid of this shit.
That's what I mean. It's just moving it around. That's all that is. We're just not gonna be here where they know that we're gonna be here. Like criminals are not dumb.
Right.
You know, this is a spot where we got the drugs at. All right, let's go to the West Side. Let's go to Wall Street. If I was going to sell drugs, I'll sell drugs on Wall Street. Nobody checks Wall Street.
Well, we don't want to be locking up hedge fund managers, do we?
Well, if you were going to do crimes, I'd do it in the White House. I wonder who does that.
Well, they gonna say Hunter Biden. You know how they gonna respond to that.
It could be Hunter Biden. It could be whoever. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. But most crimes go through the White House. It doesn't matter which politician or whatever. Somebody in there is always. Reagan was the one who. You're talking about drugs, right? He wanted to stop drugs. Why didn't he go lock up Reagan? They knew the CIA was fucking selling the drugs. They proved that.
Yeah, that.
Wars.
Yeah, that allegedly was what started the crack epidemic in black communities, was the CIA or somebody trying to get money for the Contras or something. I mean, I heard all sorts of rumors about it, but...
That's how Free Ray Ross got off. He had tapes on it. He was getting it for no. It was all proven. That's how he got out of...
I didn't know that. Really? Free Ray Ricky Ross used that? I didn't know that.
Yeah, look it up. He was selling, but he had tried to find out who was giving him the stuff. So he had an investigator. When the investigator came with the proof and everything, they were like, "Yo, we can't put him on the stand," and he got out.
Wow. I watch him a lot on all of the. I mean, he's on Vlad TV and a lot of those other programs, and that is a very smart dude. I mean, if he had just simply used his education, well, he didn't have a formal education, but he certainly is equivalent to anybody with a managerial degree. He is far more advanced. Just brain-wise than the average person running a company. He just don't have the official paperwork behind him to state it, but that is a very, very smart dude. Talking about Free Ray Ricky Ross.
It's also where he came up from.
To
state, the lack of education in the schools.
Yeah.
The lack of opportunities. That's where it came from.
Yeah, but he just was natural without.
He wasn't dumb, so he had to use his smart as to be into street smarts.
Well, I mean, I'm going to assume it takes a hell of a lot of skill to run a multi-level, criminal organization, whether it's dealing with the law enforcement or paying the law enforcement off, dealing with connect. I mean, it was making all that work for years. I mean, that dude is very, very intelligent. Because that's a business where you normally you either go to prison or lose your life pretty quickly. So to climb up from the bottom all the way to the top like that, only a very few select people can do that. And he was able to do it for quite a while. So very intelligent dude.
Without violence. And without violence.
Right. Well, to some degree, he was, as Trump is wanting these folks to do, he was eating the tariffs, so to speak. He was taking less profit in many areas to keep people happy. And it worked. It worked. I mean, he wasn't insanely greedy because there's enough money to go around, and it worked. So.
Well, when you didn't have nothing, it's not that bad to take a little loss here and there.
Well, some people, greed just still takes over them, but different conversation. I do got to move it on, Nate. Appreciate you coming in here. Real quick.
Hold up. I was talking to my man about this. So this the bail, right? He's taking away. He's going to force everybody to do the bail, to pay bail.
Cashless bill. Taking away cashless bill.
So you're going to end up having to pay a bail every time you get locked up, right?
That's what it looks like if you get rid of cashless bill.
Okay, so why wouldn't this work for him for the next elections, for next year?
What do you mean?
So that means they could go to minority cities, right? Like say New York, whatever, it's a blue state, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go to all the low budget areas, projects.
What do you mean, lock up voters?
Yeah, but not lock them up as their voter. Let's lock them up. Let's just catch them on something. So if I get locked up now, if it's not an R&R, it's not a release on my own recognizance, I gotta come up with bail. I can't pay the money. I gotta stay in jail until I see a judge.
Wow.
Or to my court. And if you send the military, we just catch a whole bunch of them. Like, yeah, they being disorderly or whatever, grab them.
Damn. I don't want to think that Trump would do something that harsh.
I'm not saying but I'm not saying that. Say it's not his master plan. Say it's not even his master plan, but that can happen.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
you know, when the cops pull you over, they give you a ticket, right?
Right.
So they make you sign in and everything to say, hey, yeah, I got the ticket, and yes, I'll appear in court.
Right.
Right? So wouldn't that start too? Like, now I can't give you.
So what are you saying? What are you saying? If you get pulled over for a moving violation, every moving violation now requires you pay on the spot or go to jail?
The ticket is supposed to make sure that you appear in court.
I don't want to say Trump's going to do nothing that crazy.
I'm just saying, not thinking whatever. I'm not saying like.
I get what you're saying is there's a Pandora's box where it could spiral into that. Anything's possible.
Yeah, because I'm going to give you a ticket. You're supposed to sign it so you could say that you could get locked up. Like you're going to appear in court. This is you saying that you got the ticket. You know your court date, and you're going to appear. So now if there's no R&R, well, I'm going to have to lock you up so you can get the bail, and then we'll see you in court.
I'm going to say I think that's stretching. I don't think Trump will ever do it. I mean, man, take you to jail for a moving violation or require you pay bail on the spot. I don't see it. I don't think it'll get that bad. I got to move it on, Nate. Anything's possible, but I don't think that's likely. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you. But I do believe that cashless bail will net a large amount of minorities. Remember Biden's crime bill and the whole notion that he was locking up black people and how racist it is? Cashless bail is going to lock up a whole lot of black people. I mean, there's just no other way around it. I mean, if you start making it so that a person cannot get what is it, an I-bond or a reconnaissance bond or whatever. Every time you get locked up, as my last caller was saying, anytime you are locked up, you have to pay money to get out. Well, the poorest among us are not going to get out. It's as simple as that. It could be something as simple as a minor shoplifting. You know, let's say you go in Walmart and while you're scanning your items, you decide to do the 5-finger discount on something. You know what I mean? So all of a sudden you haven't paid for those T-bones. And the eye in the sky sees you doing it. They call the cops on the way out. They find out you're trying to steal a T-bone steak. That is an arrestable offense. If you couldn't pay for that steak, you probably can't pay for bail. And once you're in there for that, how long before you see a judge? Or I mean, how long does that go? Maybe you get lucky, you see a judge tomorrow. Maybe you see one on Monday. Maybe you see one next week. But fact is, you're going to have that happen to far more people of color than anyone else. Especially if you start doing it in places like D.C. where he's doing it at. I mean, so if you thought the crime bill was bad because it locked up a lot of black people, but you're fine with cashless bail, then I don't think you really cared about the crime bill. You just wanted to target Biden. Looking in the comments, when the stock market is high, billionaires get richer. Are you getting of that? Well, stock market don't affect the average American to any significant degree. Stop stealing. That's a choice they make. Nobody's condoning stealing. What the problem is, though, is that if you can afford bail and the thief cannot, but both of y'all decide to steal because you paid bail, you got arrested for stealing a steak or whatever, and you're back at home now with a court date, and the poor guy who stole is still sitting in jail, even though you both committed the same crime. So it's not an excuse for committing crimes. The problem is you're not treating the criminals the same way. In other words, a criminal that has a little bit of money is sitting at home waiting on a court date. The criminal that's broke is sitting in somebody's cell, even though they committed the same crime. That's wrong. That is wrong, period. Yeah, it looks basically that's what you're saying. Wrong is wrong, man. Yeah, yeah. I don't see how. Because the notion is, well, you shouldn't be defending criminals. You shouldn't be. Look, nobody's defending criminals, but it is something to question. Why is one criminal getting treated better than another one when they committed the same damn crime? Is that something you should just not question? One guy's sitting at home because he had a few extra $100 in the bank, and the other guy's sitting in jail because he didn't, even though they did the same thing. That's not. How is that something that you shouldn't say anything about? When you know the people getting penalized is the poor. In the comments here, you're basically arguing that there's different results for different people. Well, everyone's different. Now, this isn't different results for different people. Remember, Trump was supposed to go after the elites, drain the swamp, expose the deep state, not do things in favor of them. He's kind of doing the opposite of what we were told. Remember, this guy doesn't need any money. He has, he doesn't take a salary. He's bringing all his own money. Now all of a sudden it seems like he's doing things that are favorable to the wealthy and leaving the poor out in the lurch. That ain't what he promised, is it not? Tap the screen, get us on up to 20,000. I'll go to the next caller. Trump treated the January 6 criminals differently. Yeah, because they weren't criminals to him. They were friends. They were, friends of the program, so to speak. Miss Mo Better. Good evening. Bro, you need a therapist, says Ash. Tell me why, as they say. Good evening, Miss Mo Better.
Good evening, Tim, on this wonderful Saturday evening.
Here I am. So Chicago, you see the screen behind me, Chicago under attack. Now, it's not officially under attack, but nevertheless, they are sending in a whole bunch of
Well, you know he's gonna go after anybody that does not bow to him. To the point where he invites certain media to the press conferences and stuff that they're trained to ask certain questions when they go into these meetings and stuff. It's just a travesty that.
What do you mean? What do you mean by trained? What are you talking about?
Because they're only allowed to ask certain questions. If they ask a question he doesn't like, they throw him out and bar them from going to.
You mean like CNN and the media outlets?
Yeah,
I believe
outlets.
that. I believe
so
that.
He goes after anybody that does not kiss his orange ass.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be that way because I think it's Peter Ducey from Fox News. One is the son, one is the father. Peter or Steve Ducey, whichever one is the son. That guy used to ask all sorts of gotcha questions to Janine St. Pierre of the Biden administration, and oftentimes make them look awful with some of their answers. Nevertheless, the Biden administration always continued to let Fox in the press conferences, and they would let them speak. But you're right. With Trump, if you ask him a question he don't like, not only do he ridicule and insult you, you may not be invited back.
You won't be invited back. Oh, you're horrible.
Yeah.
Then he insults them. He is so he doesn't have leadership skills. He's non-presidential.
But what happened to the right don't like censorship? Is that not what he's doing? If a media personnel asks him a question he doesn't like and he don't invite him back, is he not censoring what he accuses the liberals of doing?
That's an excellent point, Tim, because he's always projecting. That's his thing. Everything he says about somebody else is what he actually achieves. It's what he does. He does everything that he accuses anybody else of doing. He has a horrible demeanor about himself, and for the people that actually support him, they're slow as fuck.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that everybody that supports Trump is slow?
Yeah. There's no more justifying how they act and react to things. First of all, Trump is supposed to be the president for all people, not just just one base.
Yeah, but come on, Mr. Mobetter.
He speaks so divisive, so it's like it's really a travesty.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Everybody knew it. Hold on, hear me out. Okay, but hear me out. When Trump was running for re-election in 2024, I don't even believe his own supporters, the ones that really like his job, really favor having him as our leader, I don't even think they believe he was going to be a president for everybody. He was pretty clear that he was going to be divisive. Red state, blue states are shitholes. He didn't like blue state politicians.
No, I give you that. No, I do give you that. But they had such a disdain, hate for the black woman till they didn't give a fuck what Trump said or did. As long as, like they call her, the cackling hyena didn't get in there, that they didn't care what he did. So now they're gonna have to continue running with supporting him because they don't want to appear wrong.
But wait a minute, was it, because you say disdain, hate for the black woman, you're talking about Kamala Harris. Was it hate, but was it genuinely hate for Kamala Harris, or was it that they just simply thought she was not qualified?
Tim, you and I both know, let's sit down and compare resumes. Stop playing. There's no way you're not going to tell me she's not qualified.
Who are we comparing the resume to?
I will not buy into that. She's been into almost every level of government there is, except the presidency.
But who are we comparing her resume? You said let's compare resumes.
Trump.
Well,
To Trump's.
well, but here's the problem though with that.
That ain't no well, Tim. Now you're fluffing. You're fluffing like a motherfucker right now. I'm not going to let you do that.
No, hear me out. Now, I would agree with you more if we were comparing the resume of Kamala Harris to President Trump in 2015. But she was running against him in 2024. He has 4 years of actually being commander-in-chief under his belt.
That still don't mean shit. Her resume still outweighs his. What are you talking about?
You know,
did you? I don't know if you seen his poll numbers today. Everything was in the negative.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's constantly attacking half the country. I mean, his poll numbers are not going to be good now.
He's only beat out one other person, and that was himself.
But I do disagree with you.
That's what I just saw on the news. I'm not making that stuff up.
Well, look, when you're starting to threaten cities and things like that against their wishes, and obviously what he's doing with ICE and immigration, there are a lot of people. I mean, obviously his poll numbers are going to be low right now, but I disagree with you about the resume thing. I think Trump had a really competitive resume to Kamala Harris in 2024.
Well, that's your opinion. I disagree. I totally disagree. But as far as him cutting off, he's fired that lady Lisa. You're cutting off security for Kamala. Why are you attacking all African American people if you're not racist?
Well, it's not just.
I'm gonna need help with that.
It's not just all African Americans. I mean, Ambassador Bolton is not African American. He's going after him. Just had his house raided the other day.
Because he ain't kissing his ass anymore.
Right. So it don't have to be.
And he has insider information because he worked right along with Trump. Of course, he's gonna go after him.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is
shit is crazy. And you see how the judge stopped that terrorist thing because it was illegal.
Yeah, but
he does illegal shit.
But
like you can't dumb this stuff down, Tim. That's what you're doing right now.
No,
like, you want to give him credit.
No,
don't make me act like gangsta grandma on your ass in here. Come on now.
I think what you're failing to realize, when you say, like for instance, Trump tariffs got temporarily, well, they really didn't even get temporarily stopped because the tariffs are still allowed to be there until October 4th when Trump has the right to take it to the Supreme Court. So to me, the Supreme Court is like having a big joker in the game of spades. Trump has that. So when you're bragging about, well, Trump lost the tariffs, no, he didn't. He's going to win in the Supreme Court, and the guy didn't even suspend it.
He gonna fuck something else up. Listen, everything is just gonna go up for us, and that's period. And his health is declining, and they're not even saying that. Like it's just so many things. There's so many. It's hard to point out good things that he's doing when he does so many bad things.
Now, here's something I want to talk about because in my comments, Anthony says DEI lady. You don't know nothing about this woman at all, probably other than maybe she's a sister. That's all it takes to call a person DEI. Is they just
and see that's the problem. Those
nothing at all.
Those are the problems there's a DEI. Listen, again, once Trump put that out about Kamala, about being DEI and all kinds of shit like that, those slow motherfuckers, like I said, took that shit and ran with it. They take anything he says and runs with it. He can tweet one word, and they swear it's gospel. That's them part-time wannabe so-called Christian people.
Why do you think that? Okay.
The National Guard, when that kid unalived those 2 kids and injured those 17 other people, did he send the National Guard in there?
You mean the school shooting in Minneapolis?
Oh, absolutely. Did he send the National Guard in there?
I don't think, other than thoughts and prayers, he said much more about that since it happened.
No, he's trying to give Ashley Babbitt a military burial.
What do you think about that? I mean, she did serve the country honorably.
No, she didn't die serving the country. Whether she did or not, she didn't die serving the country. She died defying it.
Yeah, but Mr. Mombetta, you don't have to, like, I'll give you an example. My dad died from drug use. I mean, he had they were military people. He was a Vietnam vet. He served honorably. He was discharged honorably. But when he passed away, I mean, you could have one of them come in, they play the trumpet or whatever.
His thing was harm to himself. It wasn't harm to the country. It wasn't a harm to anybody else. Nobody else was unalived but your dad. He didn't harm anybody but himself.
So what you're saying is Ashley Babbitt's actions should have pretty much disqualified her from her.
Disqualified her. She was committing an actual crime when she was unalived. I trust me. I know that. One of us happened. A friend of mine was unalived during a crime with somebody, and they didn't want to give him a military burial.
I didn't know that. Huh.
Yeah.
So if you served in the military, even if you served honorably, but you lose your life while actively committing a felony, you say they can deny that. I don't know. I don't know.
You really have to fight to get the justice. You really do.
Yeah, I'll admit I'm ignorant on it. I don't know, so that's why I'm asking.
They don't want to do it. It's already tough trying to get military burials. I don't know if you've ever really experienced it other than your dad, but they give some people a really hard time about military burials.
Wow.
They do, and I know that firsthand. But no, I don't believe she should get one because again, they were going against y'all attacking the Capitol because of a lie that Donald Trump put out there. Because that's why they did it. They believed the lie that he told that the 2020 election was stolen. Let's be honest about this here.
Well, when you say they were attacking, Pam on YouTube said no, she was just protesting.
Inside the building?
It's our building. It's the people's building.
See, listen, what I've come to realize and do is stop trying to argue with people. The more I talk to them, the dumber I get. So I stop. You can't argue with a fool because from a difference they can't tell who is who. They're fools.
How do you respond to folks who say though that is the people's building? That building is owned by the people.
Tell Trump that.
What do you mean?
Tell Trump that right now. That this is our building. We don't want you in there.
Damn.
Go somewhere, scratch and sniff with that.
Okay. I'm trying not to fluff too much tonight. I'm trying.
I know you're trying not. I know you're trying not to fluff. I know, Tim. But we all seen the same videos when it came to that January 6th shit. It was a total insurrection. There's no other way to put it.
Trump referred to
while they trying to call people like me DEI and we too woke and all of that shit. Like I said, Trump he's very racist. He's attacking going after everything that black people. He's trying to erase black history from the Smithsonian's. He's firing all the black heads of things. How do you fire somebody from the Congressional Library? Who goes in there? You know what I'm saying? That's been holding these positions for years, and they're not the ones that are actually costing the country any money.
Yeah. It's interesting you say that. And by the way, Further Great, appreciate the hat and mustache. Yeah. Thank you. What I want to say though, Mr. Mobetta, is considering how you paint Trump as someone who is doing things that are detrimental to Black history and the Black community, Black MAGA is still overwhelmingly happy with Trump. I talk to Black MAGA all the time. They really like the job he's doing right now. Can you explain that?
He got to believing that they're going to be rich, Tim. So this
How?
is what they do. It's like, oh, check my portfolio. That's their main thing. Oh, my portfolio. Oh, we're on a plantation. Y'all on a plantation.
Yeah.
So this is where, when you ask them what is an actual plantation, what is the plantation? They could never answer it.
They just say whatever the plantation is, the belief is it is ran by the Democrat Party. So that you need to get off the Democrat
plantation.
plantation.
The thing is, y'all claim that the Democrats are still on a plantation. Y'all left the plantation to go into a cult. They block me all the time. They block me all the time because I go back and forth. I say, y'all slow as fuck. And half of them be on here lying. I keep telling you, Tim, I don't trust people who are afraid to turn their cameras on. That's why I always turn mine on. Because, listen, I'm not hiding behind no keyboard. I stand 10 toes down on the shit I say. I do a lot of research. I do a lot of reading, studying, and listening. You got to, when people show you who they are, you have to believe them.
That is Maya Angelou.
Trump told me who he was a long time ago, and it's a no for me, a hard no.
All right, Miss Mobetta, you bring the passion every time. I appreciate you coming through as always. Such a pleasure.
Indeed, it's always a pleasure. Like I said, I'm glad I have to go against the grandma on your fluffing ass.
There is no fluffiness
I
evening.
fucks with you though, Tim.
My sentiments exactly. Thank you, Miss Mobetta. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. Get the likes on up to about 25,000. We should certainly be at that. Let your thumbs not be lazy. We can make that happen. I made a huge mistake. I made huge gains on the video, and Shamir Stocks thanks Trump. I'd be curious to know, crack pipes. I haven't talked to what is crack pipes for racial equity. Good evening. I haven't seen that name up there for a long time, but I'll be curious what did Trump do for your stocks in the video and Shamir to be so great? I'd be curious to know what did he do. CNN is a motherfucker. What about CNN? Do you understand the significance of of $2,475 and what it could mean for what you say? Do I understand the significance? Tell me a little bit more about this $2,475. Is Trump giving out some kind of stimulus or something? Let me know. What are you getting at? My black brother, how should we view the Epstein file issue as a fellow supporter? I am concerned. You're not going to get shit from the Epstein file. In my opinion, the way the Epstein thing is going to turn out is it's a 90-10 rule. The folks who originally wanted to hammer Biden over the head for not being transparent about the Epstein stuff, one of the many reasons we went with Trump is because he was going to tell us the truth and expose all of the bad people in the deep state and all of this stuff. Well, the 90-10 rule is 90% of the things I like this is what folks are going to say. 90% of the things he's doing is really good for this country. I'm not going to throw him under the bus for the 10%. And Epstein would be part of the 10%. So I don't think Trump has to produce anything in regards to Epstein at all. If middle of Fifth Avenue, remember all of that? Not giving the Epstein list, not giving up the Epstein list is not going to really waver any significant amount of Trump support. It just is not. I mean, I think at this point he's proven that we've went from Epstein to talking about sending the military and the National Guard into liberal cities and things like that. And it really took the conversation off Epstein. And now we're looking like we're about to be at war with Venezuela, or at least having some kind of military conflict with them. Epstein is buried. Epstein is gone. Epstein is dead. You're not going to get anything about Epstein. My humble opinion, it probably will come out in the future, maybe after Trump's term is over, after Trump is, passed on or whatever. It probably will come out that there was a reason why he wasn't giving you that information. But right now, in the moment, people like him enough that if he doesn't give it up, his support is not going to be wavered. Looking in the comments, so New York Democrat judge is holding the court records. Holding the court on what, Epstein? Probably the most shocking day in my lifetime. I'd like to know what you mean by that. And somebody said, damn right, we still happy. We're winning. It adds to the many things and is slowly turning people away from him. Not 90-10. I'm just simply saying 90-10. Trump is sticking it to the liberals over and over and over again. And if you are a Trump supporter, every time he sticks it to the liberals, causes the liberals to cry, gain some more liberal tears. It's like Christmas every day. And Trump is doing it. I don't think Trump has to do a lot of things that make MAGA's life personally better. Just the joy in watching the liberals cry and pout a bunch of shit is good enough. Even if you're still poor, you can barely afford to buy shit from Dollar Tree, but you're sticking it to the liberals. I think that's really all he really needs to do to keep a large portion of his support. Now, some other folks do have other aspects of his presidency that they want to be successful, but sticking it to the liberals has a lot of value. That has a lot of value. Just doing that alone, even if it like the whole transgender thing, protecting the integrity of women's sports, that was considered a huge win by MAGA. How many folks supporting Trump have a child that's competing against a biological male in sports? I would submit to you it's probably well under 1%. Well under 1% of MAGA are even dealing with that at all, but it's considered a huge win. You're sticking it to the transgender community. Sticking it to the liberals is very valuable. Looking into the comments, though, thought he was going to stick it to the man. Well, they'd rather see him stick it to the liberals a little bit more than the man. Tap the screen. Get me on up to 30,000. I want to take the next caller. Going to the box, we'll go ahead and continue on with Gangsta Grandma. Now, Gangsta, what are you doing up this time of night? You're going to be nice to me, right? You're going to be nice to me, right?
With your fluffing ass. I am cross-faded and you still get on my damn nerves. I can't even enjoy cross-fading because your ugly, bald-headed ass has to be fluffing. Like, what the fuck, man? Do you forget you black? How does that protein taste like?
What did I fluff on? What did I fluff on?
What do you always be fluffing? What do you always be fluffing? Timmy? Bojingo?
Damn!
Get drunk and high at the same fucking time. And your ass over here. Oh my God! What? Her
resume.
What is that called?
Her resume.
Right now. What is her resume? Not good? Are you fucking serious? You fucking nut job? You don't think that motherfucker? You don't think she? Oh my God, Tim, that uncooked protein is down your fucking throat, in your fucking kidneys. Doesn't taste that fucking good that you got that uncooked fucking protein.
You're telling me that in 2024, Kamala Harris's resume was better than Trump's?
Hell fucking yeah, what the fuck is wrong with you? Just by what she has done, just by her being AG or whatever the fuck it is, because I'm hard as fucking shit, but AG, assistant, every goddamn thing. And she's more fucking intelligent than that fucking white trailer trash ass bitch. And I pray. You know what I did pray this week? I said, Lord, please answer my fucking prayer. Did the orange fucking squeeze? I said, did it squeeze? You know what I bought me? I bought me a big ass thing of champagne. I said, if it squeeze, I said, hallelujah.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Squeeze? What are you talking about?
Orange squeeze that the motherfucker died, man. I thought the motherfucker died because they didn't see the fucking crummy ass shit.
Wait, you're not, wait, hold on. You realize, tell me, I'm telling you, I cannot believe what I'm hearing. Tell me you're not hoping on the president's demise.
Yeah, squeeze that fucking orange bitch. Squeeze it. It's all fucking orangutan and shit. Squeeze that shit. What the fuck?
Why would you want another human being to pass away?
Because he's the fucking Antichrist. And he needs to go to the pits of hell. Oh, I'm trying to get to heaven. No, bitch, you're gonna go to the pits of hell. You're a pedo, you're a convicted felon. But yeah, he's going after what? Criminals? But yet the white man's in office as the biggest criminal of all? Go fucking figure. Ain't that about a bitch? And you're fluffing. Oh, the vice president, she doesn't have a good a good resume. You got me fucked up. That's for one. I can't stand your black fucking ass. You always not defending a black woman. Bitch, you came from a black fucking woman. You remember that. You remember.
This says. Wait, hold on.
Don't say this because she puts criminals in jail. And guess what the fuck is in the White House? A criminal.
Well, in the comments, Mr. Realistic says, Tim, be nice to my next ex. I love crazy women. She needs me. Mr. Realistic.
No, I did go before that, man. I would never. No.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, yeah. Tell me why. That, what is that? Today I went on a fucking, what is it called? What is a right-leaning fucking thing? I said, you know you white cheap people going bipolar and raping your own 11-year-old kid and everything else. You know they said that it's okay because she had the baby. Now, yeah, that's the shit that you defend. That's the shit.
I don't defend that. No, I wouldn't defend nothing crazy like that.
My beloved maggot. Well, you say.
Let me rein it in. Let me rein it in. What I defend is Kamala Harris's resume was. Trump had a competitive resume.
Tell me this. What did Trump, Vice President, do for the first election? What did he do?
To what, Mike Pence?
What thing he did?
Mike Pence?
Yeah, name me something that white man did.
I don't know anything. The vice president is not normally known for doing much.
Oh, well, guess what? That black woman, she did the bills. She got them passed by the voting. She sure did. So tell me that. What your fucking ratty coonie looking ass, Bojingle ass. Her resume. Get the fuck out of here. She gonna blow my fucking high and my drunkenness all in one fucking.
President Trump before the pandemic had a really good economic resume compared to Kamala, who had not managed the economy at all. She had a good.
Shut the fuck up. Hey, she passed the bills to get the economy going. We have the best fucking economy with Biden. What your Jerry looking at?
And we had to.
So what is the economy now? It's going to hell in the fucking handbag.
And we had the most unsecured border with Biden.
Oh my God, are you really worried about unsecured border when he's jacking off to the cartel right now? He's giving them free range of the United States. You smite.
That's not.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
He's not
What the fuck, man? You know what? I swear I can't fuck with a man like you. I will go to fucking jail and underneath it. How can you be a rowdy raccoon? How can you?
Look.
How can you be like, oh, I love that going down my thud? How can you?
This is not about.
We got a secure border. Do you live by the border? No, you do not. So it's not like you think it is. It's wide open.
You're trying to tell me that under Trump the border is no more secure than Biden? You really believe
really
that?
Not. Okay, if it's more secure, then why does he have less deportations?
Because less people are coming here.
No, bullshit. He has less. Biden and Obama had more. But see, they did it the right way. They did it the main way. He didn't do it the racist way. Like uncooked protein sliding down your throat, man is. You feel me?
I think you're
doing it the fucked up way.
I think saying that the
you're an undercover house ninja. I swear to God.
No.
I promise you, I can't get high with you. I can't get buzzed with you because every time I come on, I promise you, I thought I was gonna be feeling good tonight. You feel what I'm saying? I said, damn, I want to feel good. I know this motherfucker ain't gonna go snip tonight and drink that uncooked protein. I'll be a son of a bitch.
First of all, gangster, you do realize I've never been high in my life, right? So yeah.
I think you should. Because come to my side, you might get your brain cells.
Wait, hold on. I thought getting high mellows you out. You sound like you on speed.
But see, I'm crossfaded. I'm crossfaded. So I got me my juice up in my system, and then I got my explosive melon me the fuck out. But fucking with you, I can't because you're a ratty raccoon.
This has nothing to do with being a raccoon or Bojangles, as you say.
Raccoon. You fucking bubblehead.
I think you just have a hard time giving Trump credit for any damn thing.
Credit for what? What has he done? He's going into the black cities, the black states, run by black people. Don't forget about that, right? Rowdy raccoon. But the most violent states are all fucking red. Go fucking figure.
Are you aware that this Labor Day weekend, the price of fuel is down compared to Biden's Labor Day weekend?
Who lied to your ass? It's really not because I pay over what? I pay almost $5.
I'm talking about I'm gangster. I'm talking about on that. And I see your comment there. Crypto crazy, crypto crazy 686 says we love President Uncle Trump. Well, I just want to thank you.
He likes it in the ass too, though, don't he? Without a condom, right? And he likes to go back on his little bitty bandana. Yeah, what the fuck?
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you a simple question. Do you not realize that there are people that have a legitimate reason to vote for Trump? It ain't all about racism.
There ain't no legitimate reason what the fuck they voted for. They voted for the fucking racism. Okay, because he wasn't gonna fix that. Okay, what? Is the groceries went down? No, they went up. The gas went up.
That's not true.
The inflation? Yes, it is fucking true. It went up.
The price of fuel on average has went down, Gangsta Grandma.
Yeah, Now with my fucking price, it isn't. Mine was $5 fucking damn.
I mean, on average across this country. On average across this country, fuel prices are down.
Let me tell you something. They start going down. Rowdy Ratatouille.
Well, just...
And even if it was a little down, who the fuck cares? Why is the big fucking sky high?
What?
Well, I thought the groceries was. I thought he was going to end all the wars. And when the president, the Putin, is gagging on him. Well, that's his whole bit.
Well, he does claim he's ended 7 wars already.
He claimed where they at.
I mean, I'm just telling you.
He claimed. How about the light bills in Alabama? And shit, people's lights are gonna go through the fucking roof.
Can you give the man he's only been in office for 7 months. Can you give him a chance?
I'm being so rude. That you haven't seen nothing yet.
Can you give the man a chance? He ain't been in office but 7 months.
He has given us fucking migraines for the fucking 7 months. He has given everything opposite of what he fucking said. The tariffs is illegal. Did the court gonna just say that?
No,
They said India and Pakistan, no, he didn't do shit about that. They either came out and said it. He had nothing to do with that. Thank you.
Well,
the white man credit for that neither, honey.
Well, in regards to the tariffs allegedly being illegal, he does have the right to appeal to the Supreme Court. He's absolutely going to do that. And if the Supreme
Court, they're probably going to knock it down. Because it totally is illegal and it's unconstitutional.
If they knock it down, then it ain't illegal anymore. If the Supreme Court says it's legal, then it's legal.
If they knock it, okay, then they better change the Constitution because it's in the Constitution. So what are you talking about?
Well, the appeals court said that should be decided by the legislative branch.
You can't have that. His little dingling thing getting come down your throat. What he's doing is totally fucking illegal. He's even trying to take your First Amendment right. Are you gonna gag on that too? On burning the flag?
There is no gagging.
And he knows it's the First Amendment, and he's trying to do it.
And I see Eric Crystal in the comments says, Handsome MAGA is his new name. That is, oh my God. What am I saying to get a new name of Handsome MAGA?
Fluffy. Like you have his protein down your throat. And so you should have women down your throat. The women's juices, not the fucking man that's gonna put you in a tray juices. You see what I'm saying?
You saying it?
I swear to God, you'll never see a white man, a maggot or anything in my fucking throat. I will become a straight fucking lesbian and be straight chocolate. Straight fucking chocolate, light skin chocolate, dark skin chocolate, any kind of chocolate, but the white chocolate, and that's not even fucking chocolate. It is the nastiest cottage cheese chocolate. Ugh, God.
Gangsta. Everybody thinks you.
Vanilla type of shit. You feel me? The maggots will give you salmonella, listeria, and other kind of jibby heavies they can get.
Are you aware that my whole audience thinks you're a racist, though?
I don't give a fuck. Are they paying my bills? This racist right here got all of them in my inbox wanting me to fuck them in the ass with 8 inches. How about that? I got receipts.
So how the hell are you in? Wait a minute.
I shit you not, Tim. I got over 600
Okay, what I don't get though,
messages
how
in
do
my
you
inbox.
how do you have any credibility whatsoever to call someone a racist when you are saying I don't care if they think I'm
They're
one?
racist. I'm not racist. They're racist. I'm giving the same shit back. See, I'm not like you. I'm not full of it. They don't like our asses. They do not. Why do you think they're going into the things with military and stuff? Why are they taking black history out of fucking books and stuff? Why are they denying everything to black and brown people, right? And you want me to say, yes, master? Oh, be nice to them? Get the fuck out of here.
Well, first of all, let's make it clear. All white people don't fit the stereotype you're giving
I did
them.
not say all white people, Timmy. Get that shit out your that's going into your ears, right? I said maggots. I never said our allies. I said I'll save an ally before I save a maggot if they were drowning. The maggots know who I'm talking to. My allies better if they have any fucking brain cells. I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to the maggots, unlike you. Yes, master. Get the whip, master.
Did I hear you indicate that you wouldn't save MAGA if they were drowning? Did I just hear that?
I wouldn't. Nope. Bye, bitch. See you in the pits of hell. What the fuck? What would they save me? Fuck no, they won't put us in a tree.
Why do you think MAGA would try to hang African Americans?
Hell yeah.
Based
Who
on
voted for Trump? All the triple Ks, all the right hate groups. They all voted for him. They all voted. But then we got the brown maggots and the black maggots. Say, yes, master. You know, I got to get at that damn table. I got to get at that table. He's going to give me something.
you do.
What's going to give you?
You do realize that triple K is practically non-existent in today's society?
Are you fucking serious, Tim? You really are smoking his cum, aren't you? You really goggling it, aren't you?
How do you smoke cum?
You really bad, aren't you?
No.
If that was a fucking case, why do you still have hate crime?
That
And why is the white tea man the worst of the worst? Why are they raping us? And why are they aiming our fucking children, huh? Huh? In schools and shit. Why?
Okay, the question is simple to answer. There are other hate groups out there. You said the KKK. There are other hate groups in existence.
The Triple K, the Proud Boys that you're kissing that fat man's ass that comes up on here. Oh, yes, I'll take you to the barbecue. No, he'll put you in a tree. He might barbecue your black ass. He might.
You
You
do.
might like it because they used to eat us, remember? Remember?
Yeah, I've heard that. You do realize that there is nobody of African American descent being put in trees in any recent time, right?
I wouldn't. No, don't say
Where
that.
is that happening
Don't
at?
say that.
Where's that happening at?
Oh, they said, a trans killed two, yeah? Yep, and guess what? White tea male. Bingo, bitch. What did you try? Most of all of it was white tea men unaliving the kids. Don't fucking go around, it was trans people, it was trans people. No, it was a white female, bitch, and ain't.
All right.
Come on, go with it, bitch.
I don't know. I think you just got some inherent issues against white people.
Okay, name me one thing with your black ugly ass. Name me something. What has he done for your ugly ass? What has he done for you?
I didn't say he done it.
What has he done for you?
I didn't say he did anything for me. I don't know what
What
Biden.
is life?
Biden didn't do anything for me either.
What the fuck? He put more money in your pocket. You're just too stupid to realize it. He could not lower the grocery prices, but the stock market was going through the fucking roof. We didn't have unemployment like we do fucking now. We didn't have tariffs and it wasn't going sky high like we did. And I was making fucking money. What the fuck is wrong with your dumb ass? And then he gave more black people the opportunity to have black-owned jobs, black-owned businesses. Are you gonna call me a liar on that? Because I guarantee you, with your dumb looking ass, I opened up 2 dispensaries underneath him.
We had an unsecured border under him.
Oh, no, are. That's how brainwashed you're drinking his cum and you're sipping it all through. Let me tell you something. It's been the same way. And guess what? When he fucking leaves, it's still going to be the same way. Because you know why? Because that fucking dum-dum of a fucking president that you're like sucking his cock with, yes, he blocked the bill that would have prevented all kinds of shit, right? It was bipartisan, and the Republicans got a lot of his shit. A lot of what they wanted, okay? And the Democrats was going to get all what they wanted. They were going to get what they wanted. It was going to be a happy old bill, right? 5,000 document come through and do asylum, right? And guess what that fucking Riri did? Don't get it. Don't pass it. Don't give the Dems a fucking win. Don't do it. That's all I got to run on. Bitch.
He's a good politician. I gotta move it on, Gangsta Grandma.
He's a fucking Tim. No. You think he's a good politician? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious, Tim?
He's won twice.
He won because of hate. You stupid. Oh, Lord.
All right, Gangsta. I gotta move it on.
Before you let me go, let me tell you
Real
this,
quick.
Tim. You are the coon of all fucking coonies. You feel what I'm saying? Quit fucking fluffing, because the bitch is gonna put you in a fucking goddamn tree. And let me tell you another goddamn thing. That's why you're fucking single. Because no fucking woman will put up with a no good for nothing raccoonie and then vote against her fucking interest. How about that?
All right. Gangsta Grandma, thank you very much. Wow, you know something? Listen, I run a free speech program. I don't block, ban, or censor. I think that's probably the best example I can ever get. It ain't easy though. It is not easy to run a free speech program. But when I promise you we are all about free speech, we don't block, ban, and censor. I do have to make sure I deliver on my promise. And of course, as she may have indicated to you, we are MAGA friendly. We've always been MAGA friendly. We always will be MAGA friendly. MAGA often are our preferred guests. We just get more liberals on the program. So if you enjoy open dialogue where everyone gets to speak without any concern of the host trying to block, ban, or censor you, you're in the right place. I would ask you to follow the program if you're watching on TikTok. Happy to be watching on Facebook. We're currently on Facebook as well. And if you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. We're generally here most days. She probably run the only man she had. Wait, well, I see that in the comments. It's okay to run. Yeah, she has zero standards, someone says there. Wow. It's, you know, like I said, it can be challenging. It can be challenging to have a free speech program, but we do believe in free speech. So there you go. Anyway, looking at the comments, bring her back, says Sir Yurkin. Look, we give the guests plenty of time. Sherbert on Facebook. Good evening. Welcome to the program.
Howdy, Tim. I got blocked on TikTok, so I had to come over here.
Wow. Well, and that can be a leeway to everybody else that's watching. If your TikTok account ever goes down and you want to come live, Tim Liberals on Facebook. You see it scrolling behind me on the ticker there, but we're also on Facebook and we can take callers there as well. So you can, if you're on TikTok or Facebook, you can actually come up. Sherbert, I just went through the pits of hell. Tell me you're going to be easy on me now.
I'm probably going to be easier. Honestly, I heard the very end there where she wilded out.
Okay. All right.
It's pretty much every time with Gangsta Grandma.
Gangsta Grandma is like that. Chicago's about to be flooded. Apparently, the mayor of Chicago is saying they got a tip that they're about to send a whole bunch of ICE and possibly federal agents, if not the military, to Chicago. Now, the right is saying that this is a good thing because it's lowering crime, but the people of Chicago have a difference of opinion. Is this a case of the liberals just favoring crime? Why are the liberals pushing back?
Oh, yeah, we're just waiting for all that crime to happen. Jesus Christ.
Well, but that's what they're saying. If he can lower crime, why would the liberals be against that?
Well, I'm going to answer with a question, and I know it's silly. But have you heard of any children that went to elementary school, a boy, and came back a girl? They say a lot of crazy shit, Tim.
Yeah. Trump has said that a boy goes to school and a few days comes home a girl. He has said that before. No, I have never heard of that happening in real life.
Have we gotten any evidence of they're eating the cats and the dogs?
I ran multiple programs. MAGA tried to prove to me that people were in Springfield eating cats and dogs, but they never did. So no.
Have we gotten any evidence that the 2024 or the 2020 election was stolen other than, hey, that looked weird?
No.
Okay.
And I've had I probably had about 30 shows on the 2020 election, and no, there is no definitive proof or even really any mild proof that Trump won that election. I haven't seen anything. I mean, like you said, other than, well, this didn't look right. Some people say, well, what happened to the 20 million votes? They have questions about stuff, but in terms of proving he won by a landslide, like what he's saying, nothing.
So when they want to say that all this crime and, if you're against this, you're for crime, you can get the hell out of here with that. I'm not listening to MAGA when they try and badmouth liberals with their crazy shit like that, when they're the ones that are trying to defy the Constitution and be living in a military state. I don't know about you, but I really don't want to live in a military state where we have Humvees running around all day. And like I said, with the mortar cannons in the middle of Washington, D.C., that's not what we're fighting. That's not what this is for. And if you signed up for that, I don't want to be your friend.
Yeah, when you said living in a military state, and I totally agree with that part. I did a video on YouTube and it's titled 5 Rights You Will Lose Under Trump. MAGA trashed me for this. And that was one of the things I talked about is the loss of states' rights, because the right is big fans of states' rights, small government, things like that. And with Trump going into states and telling them, I'm going to do what I want in your state, whether you agree or not, militarized, as you're talking about, I do believe that states' rights could be in jeopardy under President Trump, because who knows what he will deem as an emergency. Today it's crime. Tomorrow it could be drag queen shows with kids. The next day it could be something. It could be anything.
It's going to be something. It's always going to be some kind of emergency.
Yeah.
When you have to give other people equality and it feels like you're losing, well, then you obviously don't care about other people. I'm so over this at this point, and they're going to be authoritarians. We're going to have to step up. I'm really happy to see the veterans organizing peaceful protests at Union Station, apparently. And that's been pretty encouraging that people are actually out saying something, especially when they are the veterans.
Now, you and I have talked about this.
Better voice.
Yeah. Now, you and I have talked about this before. You believe that civil war, I want to say civil unrest, but you believe civil war is likely to happen, if I'm correct, right?
Yes. And as we've brought the Marines into LA, and now the National Guard into Washington, and as Chicago is terrified that they're about to be overrun, it sure as hell seems like I wasn't that far off the mark.
Well, let me give it to you this way, because we know he's done all of this in D.C. so far. Is D.C. really being overrun? I mean, if you live in D.C., you still can go grocery shopping. You can go to the skating rink or the movie theater or what you normally do on weekends. Is that city really being overrun?
No, but it is the military state, and I don't feel like that's comfortable, especially in a touristy town like Chicago. Washington, D.C. has a tiny bit more respect than a major city in the fact that it is the nation's capital. There has to be an elevated security force there on a regular basis. I understand that. But howitzers?
Yeah.
There's a line to be drawn there, and I don't trust MAGA to draw a line these days. And a fair line, especially in my state of Texas, where they're clearly willing to overreach.
And when you say they're clearly willing to overreach in Texas, what are they doing right now where you feel they're overreaching?
The gerrymandering, and then holding House members hostage on votes and not letting them leave the building until their thing is done. When they said they were bringing them back for the flood relief victims, and they have yet to actually do anything for them. So I don't trust them anymore.
But how do you respond to folks who say, gerrymandering in Texas, the liberals have gerrymandered as well?
I'm not going into this one right now, Tim. You're fluffing. I'm not doing that.
I'm just bringing up the counterpoint. point.
Why? No, you asked a question of what Texas is doing right now, and when they didn't vote on flood relief, they gave away the hand. And then with literally keeping people from talking to the outside world, with having a police guard on them at all times. We're in the police state. We're in the military state. This feels very fascisty. And when everyone else is going, no, this is what we wanted, I'm just going to flip and bird.
Now, in the comments, Mr. Realistic says states' rights were settled via the Civil War. States should govern the state. Refusal to uphold state and federal law necessitates federal intervention to protect the U.S. citizens. Well, here, and thank you for that.
They neglected.
Huh?
What have they neglected?
Well, they're saying that the city of Chicago is not doing, in D.C. as well, they were not making an ample effort to bring down crime in their cities. Their citizens are getting murdered in crime. Crime is causing their cities and their citizens to be murdered.
Well, there's one very interesting fact, at least about D.C., is that they don't really have control of their own laws. It all goes through the House or Congress. I forget which one. But they had to pass all of their, public indecency laws. And I remember there being a big fight about Lauren Boebert saying, want to talk about pissing outside or something. So these laws, these rules, and especially for these in that one area, is controlled by them. Fund the police, fund all of these things. When we have the National Guard doing landscaping because we fired all of our landscapers.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, in my opinion, based on what I've seen so far, the mayor of D.C. probably should bend over to President Trump, or she's going to probably lose her position. I mean, Trump is pretty much taking over D.C. to the point where they don't even need a mayor. He's talking. I mean, obviously, he's taking over the enforcement of law by putting in the military over the police. He had actually fired the police chief, I believe, when he first came in and did it. And now he's talking about selling off the government buildings in D.C. to letting real estate developers, decide. So it just literally, this is all stuff that the mayor would normally do this stuff. He just skipped over the mayor and he's running the city.
We're going to public domain these buildings for his realtor friends. How much oligarchy do we need in here? That I didn't hear that before.
I'll see if I can. Yeah, he definitely said it.
Just feels so wrong.
Yeah.
And anybody that's willing to go along with that is the same people that are okay with children being unalived in that previous live we were on.
Wait, say that again?
These same people that are willing to give up our, national parks and our buildings that we've already paid for and invested in, and selling those off to just some random company. These are the same people that are never going to change the gun laws to help with the unaliving problem that we have. I'm so done with this.
Yeah, you're definitely. Yeah, I had a debate going with someone on the right that was talking about that. The liberals talking about, we need to have gun laws, and the problem is not the gun. The problem is the person in mental health. And I said that. I said in liberal cities, you hear them talking about gun laws is what will stop these mass shootings. Now, we can debate whether or not tough gun laws are going to work at all, but you do see what they believe is a problem, and you do see them trying to do that. The right says it's mental health, but when you go to right-wing areas, they're doing nothing additional to address mental health. Even though they're claiming it's a problem, I mean, the Big Beautiful Bill, for instance, had cuts in it that would affect your ability to obtain mental health. Cuts to Medicare, cuts to Medicaid, cuts to Obamacare. It actually had cuts in it. So it's like, you're going to tell me you don't believe the gun is a problem, you believe it's mental health while actively doing nothing to address mental health? And it makes no sense.
That's why I feel very confident in my statement of these are the people that do not care about children being unalive. There's no way around it. If you're going to be horrible on every angle, I can't give you any grace anymore.
Well, I don't want to go so far as to say horrible on every angle, but I do agree that when it comes to addressing mass shootings, the right is doing nothing on it, because they're yelling this mental health, and you should see in right-wing states and right-wing cities all sorts of availability of mental health that doesn't exist in the liberal areas. I don't see any more availability for mental health treatment in right-wing areas than it is in the left. So they're not doing nothing for that.
Well, if they don't want to help with Medicaid, Medicare, and they're willing to take that away from little old grannies, they obviously don't care about this problem. If that's what they've been saying for the longest time, and that's what they're saying now, they clearly don't care. They're not willing to fix any of the problems. This is all a system of me right now versus helping the people.
I don't have a counter argument to that. I don't have a counter argument.
Business. So when everyone says, I want him to run it like a business, a government is not a business. We're not supposed to make money. We are supposed to serve the citizens. That's why it's different, not a capitalist. It is a capitalist system, but it is not how the government is supposed to treat its people. This is...
Yeah, I'll agree with you. There are a whole lot of aspects of our government that have no business being ran like a business. For instance, the penal institution. I always say I don't believe in incarceration because a business is ran on a for-profit basis. There are a lot of areas of our government that profit shouldn't be involved in it. You should not have people running it. The public school system, you shouldn't be running that with an effort to make a profit. I mean, whether it's dialing 911 services, the goal should not be profit. So there are a lot of areas of our government that running it like a business is going to, because a business, because it's focused on profit, if you do not have enough money to purchase their good or service, a business don't have a time of day for you. So if you need 911 or you need to send your kid to public school or God forbid you get locked up, it shouldn't be based on how much money you got.
Yep. And I heard something that I saw on TikTok the other day where it was, if libraries didn't exist, there is no way we're getting them now. And that feels pretty true. If we are a business, there is no need for that.
No.
Where
because it's free.
We have public services for helping the public. And when MAGA wants to forget about that and turn themselves into pretzels to say that the people are talking about it'd be good to have a dictator. You're not American. You're a traitor at that point in my eyes.
Yeah, I do gotta move it on, but you're right. You made a good point about the library. When you think about the job of a library in regards to serving the public, that fits more the category of a socialism than capitalism. You don't need any money to go there. It's provided for by the taxpayers. You're right. I don't think anybody that wants to run the country like a business is going to be favorable to libraries. There's no profit in that.
Well, Moms for Liberty, that is a direct Trump-supporting organization, is very much against books. So that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Wow. Sherbert, appreciate you coming in here, man.
Have a good night, Tim.
You too. All right, moving on with the program. Thank you. And by the way, go ahead and drop because I'm learning Facebook.
There it is.
Okay, I think I can remove it too. Okay. First time I've had a Facebook guest on here. We are on Facebook, so for you folks that want to come up live, you can go to Tim Liberals with an S on Facebook or come on over to TikTok, the Handsome Liberals on all the other platforms. So California's running out of water, nothing we can do. Okay, I don't know what that's got to do with the conversation. Real quick, in the come. Excuse me, Mr. Realistic. You said states' rights were settled during the Civil War, and I do wanted to point out another comment coming in from Ed G. So millions of illegals is not an invasion, but a couple thousand ICE agents around the U.S. to help remove them is an invasion. This is why I can't take you guys seriously, and that's a good point, Ed. I made it. You weren't watching when I first started the show. I made it clear that I was just playing a finagle with words. I don't view what's going on in Chicago as an invasion. I don't view it as an invasion. It's more like unwanted guests. I don't see Trump flooding the area with federal agents and the military. I don't see it as an invasion. They're not trying to. They are going to be taking over Chicago's law enforcement, but they're not going to come and kick you out of your house and take over the businesses. I don't see it as an invasion. So I'll concede the point to you, but they're more qualifying as unwanted guests. But I did make it clear when I started the live that I just used that to kind of a play on words. They're not under attack officially. But at the same time, I don't believe the illegal immigrants that are in this country was an invasion either. And that's what Trump is saying, is that the illegal immigrants in this country are invaders. I don't believe that either. If you can't read it in a school, If you cannot read it in a school board meeting without it offending adults, it ain't for children. I assume you're talking about certain books. Well, if you go by the rule of if you can't read it in a school board meeting without offending adults, it ain't for children. I mean, my guess is any book concerning slavery, any book concerning anything about the Jim Crow laws could be offending to an adult. Should you remove all of that? I mean, listen, if you're talking about preparing young students, you know, teenagers can watch movies and shit that are offensive. I don't see why now, look, there may be some things that are too graphic to have in a high school library, but real history should be in there. Listen, if you want to take the books out that describe what happened to people on September 11th, I bet you wouldn't want to take that out. Do you want to that describe all of the horrors that the Japanese government did when they caught American GI? I bet you don't want to remove that. So why take out the history of what one group of Americans did to another group of Americans? It's no different. It's no different. So I'm okay with, you know, if it's something that is simply graphic for the sake of being graphic, then okay, that's fine. But if it's actual history, no, I don't believe a teenager should be denied access to actual history because some adult is saying it's offensive to him. You're offended by real history? Then the problem is you, not the book. Looking in the comments here before we continue on, this is good. Don't take out the history. Let it be known every day so it doesn't happen again. Yeah, I saw somebody had on one of the social media pages that, those who fail to learn history are doomed to repeat it, and those who prevent you from learning history intend to repeat it. That's what somebody had that posted on there. Hell yeah, everyone forgets about what we did to the Japanese during World War. Nah, listen, I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for the Japanese during World War II. Some of the things they did to torture and things like that. No, I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for the Japanese. But that's a whole different argument. We're not talking about that. I get people don't favor dropping an atomic bomb on them, but they tortured everybody they captured. Bayoneted folks. They did a lot of really bad shit, and that's to Americans. When you talk about the raping of Nanking and what they did to the Chinese folk, the Japanese did some horrible shit. We talk about the Germans all the time in the Nazis. We don't talk. The Japanese were probably just as bad. If our history picks and chooses who we want to demonize. Our history has always done that in America. We pick and choose who we want to demonize, but the Japanese got a really, really bad history. Looking at the comments, he's talking about the detention of camps in Japanese America. Well, yeah, we did some things to them. Once they did, look, I don't believe that the horrors of the Japanese bombing Pearl Harbor justified creating concentration camps in America, but I'm just simply saying the Japanese country did a whole lot of really horrible things during that war. The last Senate declared war. I don't know what you mean by that. We'll go back to the box. Tap the screen. Get us on up to 80,000. They were put in camps, but it was nothing like what the Germans did. No, the Germans, those were extermination camps essentially. We're going to make you a slave. We're going to work and get as much free labor out of you, and then at the end of the day, we're going to just get rid of you. When we put the Japanese into internment camps, it wasn't designed to do that. It wasn't a final solution, so to speak. King Finn, good evening, welcome to the program. The graphic nature of war is not okay to expose children to. As adults, maybe late teen or college is a bit more logical, but of course it is always a foul thing, but I suppose somewhat necessary. No, hold on a second, King. I totally disagree when you say the graphic nature of war is something you don't expose children to. I watched G.I. Joe as a kid. Call of Duty, most kids have played that game. They're already exposed to the graphic nature of war. I don't see what's the difference. They already see it. King Finn, good evening.
Because it's all bullshit. That's why. The reason they don't want to keep those books about history in the fucking library is they don't want their kids, they feel admonished about how bad they did black people in this fucking country. That's why they don't want to keep them fucking books there. Trump want to erase all the motherfucking history out of the Black Museum because he don't want to look at how dirty and fucked up slavery was in the first place. That's why they don't want to fucking keep that shit. They want to pull all them books out. All them books, all of that shit out the way so they can say, oh, slavery wasn't that bad. So they don't feel bad about how fucked up they did, how the ancestors fucking killed, raped, and and fucking, fucked up and ate people too at that.
I've been hearing, let me just say, I never heard that until recently that they were eating African American. I have not heard that.
Yeah, the jealousy of the motherfucking white tea person, yeah. So why y'all talking about? We can. If it ain't good enough for to be read in a fucking school board meeting, your kids shouldn't be reading it. Well, I find that as bullshit. Because you don't want your kids to know how you fucked up, how America was so fucked up back in the day.
How would you respond to someone? Now, this person's name is Leroy, by the way. Leroy says you got a public library. Quit crying. How do you respond to that though?
Got a public library. Well, if you pull all the books out the library that somebody doesn't want the public library to have, what does that make it? It ain't such a public fucking library.
Well, the point is you don't need to have it in the kids in school don't need to have access to it. You got access to it in the public library.
Yeah, they do. They need to learn about that shit because of the statement you just made a couple seconds ago. What was that statement again?
What do you mean?
The statement you just made, if you don't learn about history.
Those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it, and those who prevent you from learning history intend to repeat it.
Exactly. That's why the fuck you need to know about it.
Yeah.
Period, point blank.
I don't know though. I don't know in this day and age though. Do you think the administration has the power to really prevent people from learning about this shit? I mean, it's floating all around on the internet. Now, I saw the guest say the public library. Nobody really goes to the public library anymore, but the internet.
When you're saying that, when the shit-tator is trying to basically make this a dictatorship, what else goes along with a dictatorship? The freedom of fucking information leaves as well. Yeah. What happens in China? What was happening before? They had a ban on how many kids you could have. Information and free speech was gone. All of that shit happened, right? You don't think that can happen here? Because it can.
Yeah, I do.
It can very easily happen here when motherfuckers talking about, I think a dictatorship might work. That might be a good thing. Because he already got a bunch of lemons following behind him.
Not only do I think it can happen. For some of you folks, if you ever get bored, I have a video on my YouTube channel, 5 Rights You Will Lose Under Trump, and that's the first one I say is freedom of speech. And I don't just orbit it around the flag burning thing, which by itself alone is you losing part of your free speech rights right there because they deem that as free speech protected, and Trump is making it illegal. But the freedom of speech covers press, assembly, religion, and there's another one in there. Freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion is in there. And in my video, I talk about how all 4 of those, religion, speech, press, and assembly, talking about having his own National Guard at the ready so that, if you can like what happened in LA is a good example. Just say they're rioting, you can send somebody to break it up and threaten to throw people in jail. So I think all of those are at risk.
What does that sound a lot like? Sounds a lot like other dictatorship countries, doesn't it?
There's some overtones to it. There's some overtones.
Israel has a private force, correct? All of these places have private forces, and Israel is really not even a dictatorship type state. But all these places have a private military that can just go break shit up, right? It's okay. Go break it up.
There's a lot of overtones to it because religion, they're starting to put Christianity in schools. Trump called for a Muslim ban, so he didn't want so religion is certainly in there. Freedom of speech is everywhere because whether it's how they're protesting on college campuses, you don't like that. Whether it is talking about CBS should lose their FCC or the ABC and NBC should lose their FCC license. He is attacking freedom of speech in all sorts of avenues. The media outlets. It's everywhere. I mean, law firms, it's everywhere.
It's okay because he's quote unquote stopping crime, number one. And the second one that MAGA loves to throw around all the time. Well, yeah, but my stock portfolio is going crazy right now. My money is so great. No, it's not.
Bro,
All of that shit that y'all talking about, them stocks and shit, that's fictional money. You do realize that. The money ain't real until it's either in your account or in your fucking hand. Cash is the king, right? So all of that bullshit you talking about, they can send a shockwave through Wall Street and y'all lose all y'all shit.
yeah, I can't speak on whether or not Trump is financially beneficial to somebody else or not. If they say they're making a killing under Trump, I'm not going to say they're not, but I will say that I've said this many times on the program is that as long as you're putting money in people's pockets or a little bit extra money in their bank account, they'll overlook anything. I mean, I really think you could bring back slavery if you're making the public happy, people will overlook anything.
You're gonna get more money if we had these slaves, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. It don't matter as long as they wallet getting fatter. Fuck the fact that we need gun laws to stop all these fucking mass unalivings from fucking happening. But y'all too worried about money, fake ass crime. Because if you really wanted to stop crime, the first fucking place you'd stop is 1600 Pennsylvania fucking Avenue with the shit-tater in chief, number fucking 1. He want to stop crime? Go surrender yourself right now.
No. And I see in the comments, a couple of people were really slim. Somebody said, for fuck's sake, slavery is dead. And somebody else said, man, talking about, I think you could bring back slavery. Dude, stop it. No, I mean, first of all, if you get incarcerated, what's the difference? I mean, if you can force somebody to work for free, we're already kind of doing it. So, yeah, but I definitely believe that as long as you're making somebody a killing, you can do quite a bit of bad shit to somebody else and they'll overlook it. Because at the end of the day, thanks to this guy, I'm making money.
I'm not gonna stop talking about slavery just because whatever peon ass motherfucker who said that shit want me to. Fuck you and your motherfucking mama. I don't really give a shit. Because when 9/11 happened, never forget.
Damn.
Never forget 9/11.
So let me take you into let me take you back to the actual topics. How do you feel about him getting rid of Kamala Harris as Secret Service protection? Now you only get 6 months.
You know that's some bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. So it's okay to get rid of hers, but I bet you any number of motherfucking people still got some fucking private security or motherfucking Secret Service around them. The only reason he's doing that is because he's trying to be fucking vindictive. Period, point blank. It don't even matter about the timeline of none of that shit. If we can pay $71 million for that fat fuck's golf tours, which he plays horribly and cheats at on camera, live in your face, cheats at the shit. This motherfucker ain't paying for golf. He's playing it. They letting him win. He's still losing. They still cheating. How the fuck does that work? And the public, this is all put on our bill, $71 million. And the year ain't even over with. What the fuck? Really? He's cheating at it. For what? They gonna let your goofy ass win anyway. Who finna beat Trump on the golf course? Name one motherfucker finna beat him.
I forgot who I heard say somebody once said that he does
medals and shit, honorary dolls, all types of little honorary shit that stroke the little baby's ego. Oh my God, they love me so much. They gave me this medal. They gave me this pen. They gave me this to stroke his little toddler ass ego and make sure his diaper is changed. Fucking shit baby walking. Ain't nobody worried about him, man. Fuck him. Fuck him and the whole thought that he need to bring the military anywhere. The military need to surround his ass and take him to a tribunal. He might be the next motherfucker tried at the Hague.
But what about the notion that crime is coming down in D.C.?
Where? Here's the question I got for you. So crime's gonna go down, and when he takes away the loving members of the National Guard who, let's go here, volunteered for the National Guard. These are reserve people who serve the cities and states that they come from, who have families, jobs, ideas, lives, and the whole fucking nine. And he's making them sit there and do picking up trash jobs, fucking landscaping, because he's fired all these people. When they leave, what do you think's going to happen to D.C.? The quote-unquote crime is going to go back. If it was not a police state, a military police state, why did the tourism go down so bad?
Well, it is kind of uncomfortable to be around a bunch of armed guys in fatigues or in camouflage.
I think so too. Why would you sell off the Washington Monument to a real estate company? It's the fucking Washington Monument.
Did he do that?
Fucking kidding. Yes, he's talking about doing that shit.
Yeah, I heard him
He
talking
said that
about
shit
it.
in the
Yeah.
press conference, and I'm really surprised that you didn't see that shit.
No, I mentioned that. Hold on. I just mentioned that to Sherbert when I was talking to him. That he's talking about selling off most of the buildings that they've closed and fired the people in. He said he's going to sell off most of that stuff.
Yeah, he's gonna do it. Yeah. So companies like Pepsi can own some shit in DC. Companies, conglomerates can own some shit in DC, or he might just sell it off to all his Russian homeboys so they can own some land in America. He might give them the $5 million gold Trump card.
I wonder, can you do some form of eminent domain or something, pay those people back? Let's say a liberal get in there or somebody, because you should not have, the federal buildings on operate on a for-profit basis. I don't see how that's going to work, but
Neither. Because you just said the main fucking point about it. It's the federal buildings. Literally, the government is supposed to be controlling these buildings. And instead of controlling them, doing his fucking job, he's too worried about selling buildings and sending fucking National Guard to DC. Again, I'm going to say this, and maybe a lot of people don't understand this, but realize the southern border is not the only border in this country. You ought to be trying to get some motherfucking drugs off the street. I don't know. Maybe you should try to get some of these fucking guns off the street. Do your fucking job, fat ass. Get up off your ass, Captain Cankles, and do your fucking job. I'm really tired of hearing all these stupid puff pieces and all these ignorant MAGA motherfuckers talking about, oh my God, he's doing so well. What the fuck is he doing? When at the school, kids in Tennessee the other day, thousands of kids in Tennessee marched to the legislature and sat in on a fucking House meeting and not disrupted it. They stood very fucking clearly unified together and sat in on a meeting.
Well,
so much to the fact of after the fucking meeting, because the legislators are so scared of the kids, the Republican legislators are so scared of the kids, they left. And it looked like a bunch of motherfuckers being hazed, or a Soul Train line where National Guards had to walk these punk motherfuckers down the road with kids who all they're asking is, please stop us from getting killed at school. Please stop us from getting shot. Please help us, save us. You fake ass Republicans who swear you tough on crime. Fuck you. It's over. I'm sick of kids being scared to go to school. The shit is sick. You motherfuckers need a real fucking job or a real fucking idea of how this country is ran. It's too fucking bad. It doesn't make any sense that kids are scared to go to school now, dude. For real?
yeah.
But y'all too worried about your wallet. What about the next generation of people? And y'all wonder why these kids are scared and unaliving themselves. What do they have to look to? Y'all getting rid of all of the books. Y'all doing dumb shit right in front of their face. You following an orange idiot that doesn't make sense to them. And they gotta be worried about getting home from school alive. Wow.
Well,
Thanks, Republicans.
all right, King Finn, I do got to move it on. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not even going to try to do anything but leave that sculpture right there as it is. Appreciate it, man.
Peace.
Good talk. All right, moving on with the program. Now, I do agree with the idea that, and I know this sounds really harsh to say this, but it does appear as if the right is unconcerned with what happens to children in schools. And I'll tell you why I say that, because I know the right is like, get the fuck out of here. We care about kids. You liberals don't. If the right is going to continue suggesting that the problem is mental health and it's not guns, then you should be doing something about mental health. It's as simple as that. If you truly believe that guns is not the problem, gun laws don't work, it's mental health, in your areas, there should be a clear indication that you're doing a lot about mental health. And that's just not there. I mean, so when because the Democrats believe it's gun control is necessary. Now, we can argue forever about whether gun control is going to help or not. And there's plenty of argument that it doesn't. There's argument that it does. I'm not here to debate that right now. But what I'm saying is the Democrats believe gun control is the answer. You see them trying to do that. We can talk about whether or not it works, but the Republicans are saying the problem is mental health, and you don't see them trying to address that. So if you're going to say you know what the problem is and do nothing to address the problem, it's hard to feel like you care about it. If you go to a right-wing state, you should see mental health facilities damn near free. I mean, you're saying that mental health is what's getting kids killed. If you truly care about mental health should be damn near free. It's not. You don't have any more access to mental health in right-wing areas than you do in left-wing areas. And in fact, oftentimes it's less because the right tends to be not a big fan of giving you access to free health care. So it does come across as if the right does not care about it. And I've asked many folks on the right this question, and they didn't like it starting out with, well, don't dare say we don't care about kids getting shot. But then when you start out, but you said it's mental health. What are you doing about mental health? Well, I really don't know why they're not doing anything about it. Then that kind of fits the bill of you don't seem like you care about it. So to me, it does come across as if the right does not care about this. Because I think we're well aware that telling the family of a deceased loved one thoughts and prayers has zero effect, zero benefit in terms of saving that, doing anything for the body that's been lost and doing anything for future kids. It does no good at all. We've tried that about 1,000 times at this point. So we do need a step above thoughts and prayers. And I don't see where the right is trying to do that at all. I see the effort that the left is making is not effective, but they are trying something. I don't see where the right's doing anything at all on the mental health thing. Now, the right do believe putting more, security personnel, armed security in schools might help. They do believe that, but I don't know even if you go in right-wing areas if they're even doing that either. If you go down in, red states, does every school have an armed personnel in it? So I don't know what the right is doing in regards to what they're saying they think would solve the problem. They're coming up with ideas of what would solve it, but then doing nothing at all to enact any of those ideas. Someone said, I live in a red state and they put security at every school, so you're wrong. Okay, but do they address mental health? Because that's what they're saying is the problem. Do they address mental health issues at every school? Or better yet, for the citizens rather. If you're a citizen and you have no health care, do they make it easier for you to get mental health treatment than say in a liberal state? The right isn't doing anything. Yeah, I don't see it. It is more important how people treat you or how you treat people. I think both matter. Because one can kind of be reciprocal. If somebody's treating you like shit, oftentimes listen, you see how I run the program. I'm a patient person. So if you treat me like shit, I do not always reflect it back. But in most cases in society, if you treat somebody poorly, they tend to start treating you the same way. So it matters in both directions. Real quick before we go back to the box and start taking callers again, man, tap the screen. We might be able to get over 100,000 if you guys tap the screen.
I'm Matt Gelka in Washington, where the Trump administration wants to seriously cut down on the country's real estate portfolio. The for sale signs could be going up around D.C. and other parts of the country that are home to federal buildings. The Trump administration is looking to offload government buildings they say are sitting mostly empty and burning money to maintain.
The federal government is pouring billions of dollars into wasteful, empty office buildings and luxurious high-end furniture, which the American taxpayers, can't even afford themselves.
A DOJ subcommittee tried to tackle the issue, highlighting the large sums of money spent on physical office space, even when remote work was encouraged.
During the peak years of the COVID emergency, from 2020 to 2022, agencies spent $3.3 billion on furniture, even as work migrated to Zoom.
Government watchdog opened the books, found that a single SEC conference room cost $700,000 to furnish. The State Department spent $1.4 million on artwork. There's been a total of $4.6 billion spent on just...
Okay, I'm not going to go too deep into them talking about the prices, but I think this could go... I think there's good and bad to this. I mean, if there's a bunch of buildings not being used, that's one thing. But the problem is if you need buildings and you got to... You got to use buildings that are on the free market, for instance. Then you could have landlords that try to, gouge you and things like that. I mean, it could go, there's good and bad to this. Because all of a sudden, if an agency needs to be in a building and the building has to be, the building is owned by a private owner, the private owner then has certain powers. Maybe you want to expand it. Maybe you want to do this or that with the building. They can tell you yes or no, which can interfere with government operations. So I think now the saving of money sounds great. If you're paying for empty buildings, it's a waste of money. But if you can sell those buildings and the money comes back to the government, it sounds good. But I'm gonna tell you what I often suggest. Just like when we talked about America First, we're gonna stop sending money to USAID, gonna stop sending money to Ukraine. We're gonna get rid of the immigrants so that they're not using entitlement programs. At the end of the day, if all of this money saved doesn't affect my life or your life at all, I don't give a damn what you're doing. I'd rather you let the immigrant continue having the money, or the starving kid in Africa continue getting USAID. If you're going to reject them and you're not going to give a penny of that to me, I'd rather they still get the money. And when I say a penny of that to me, I'm talking about you're not going to forgive my student loans. You're not going to give me universal health care. I mean, you're not doing anything for me. So bragging about how much of our money you're no longer sending overseas when it does not affect my life whatsoever, and I am aware that you are negatively affecting lives overseas, I'd rather you just continue helping them people out. Because what's happening is, like this money here with these properties, it's only going to a handful of ultra wealthy Americans. You think you're going to see any of this money if they sell off these federal buildings, and all of a sudden now they got some private owner paying millions of dollars for this? Do you think it's going to affect your life at all? At all. So my opinion is I would rather the money still be going to this shit, because there are Americans that are benefiting from it, as opposed to you screwing them over and doing nothing for me in the process. And I don't see where Trump is talking about, if we do this and this and this and this, you're going to benefit, there's going to be a windfall in it for you. I don't see it. I mean, I heard Elon Musk talking about saving us. I think he was well into the billions of dollars with Doge. I don't see how that benefited the average American whatsoever. All I know is a whole bunch of Americans lost their jobs, got laid off and things like that. I don't hear where any American was positively affected by what he did at Doge. Just tens of thousands that were negatively affected. So I'd rather they just have their jobs back if it ain't gonna do nothing for me. But that's my opinion. Looking in the comments, real quick, they just got to stop paying $3 billion to Israel. That will pay for the buildings. Once again, if now I'm not a fan of funding Israel because I think they're using the money for genocide. But if they were not at war with in Gaza, and they're beyond just at war, they're talking about literally taking those people's homeland. I'm not a fan of that, but at the same time, if it was just about giving Israel help to defend their country, and I was told we're going to stop helping Israel out, but we're going to do nothing for you at all, I would say keep helping Israel out. If you're going to hurt people that need help, and I'm not going to benefit from it at all, I would rather you keep helping the people out. That's just how I feel about it. Just go ahead and keep helping them out. I don't want to know that you're going to stop sending money to USAID, and you're going to have hundreds of people that are used to free doctors coming over and helping them out when they don't get medical care, or free food when they are starving. You're going to stop doing that, and just a handful of wealthy people in this country is going to pocket that money. I'd rather keep going to them. That's just the way I feel about it. Now, if you're going to take the money and truly operate on an American first agenda, which is we're going to stop looking out for people overseas and we're going to help out our people in this country, then you have an argument. But I don't see where that's happening. You can't tell me you're going to be America first and pull yourself up by your bootstraps simultaneously. You're doing nothing for the people. So I'd rather you keep helping the other folks out. We used to be the country that did the Lord's work around the world. Well, we definitely are not that anymore. Like Biden, should we give it to Iran? We didn't. Well, Ed, that is and thank you for the support in the super chat. That's a right-wing talking point. We didn't give Iran anything. When Iran fell on our bad side, we seized a whole bunch of their assets, just like we have seized a whole bunch of Russians' assets. And when Obama made a deal with Iran that they were not going to seek a nuclear weapon, we unfroze their assets. But I understand during the Obama term, people were saying, well, America's sending Iran piles of cash and we could use that money for something else. It wasn't our money. It was their money was frozen. And once again, I'm going to go back to the original statement that if Trump had froze their assets, I'm still not going to get universal health care. I'm still not going to get tuition forgiveness or anything to help me out. So give Iran their money back. That's all I'm going to say. If you're going to stop helping somebody else out and you're not going to help out the American people, I would rather you keep helping that person out. That's just the way I feel about it. Going back to the box, tap the screen. We're getting close to 100. Hunnit. Mike, good evening. Welcome to the program, Mike. Oh, stop. I still have my Medicaid and Medicare, and I'm 69. That ain't what I'm talking about, though. You had that before Trump came along. Since Trump cut all of the Doge and all that, what have you seen coming to you, Mr. 69-year-old? I don't want to say Mr. 69. It sounds like an adult movie, but Mr. 69, what have you seen since Trump saved us a ton of money with Doge and USAID? How has it affected you? Mike, has it affected you? Good evening.
Hey, what's up, Tim?
Not much at all.
Tell Mr. 69 to tune in this time next year about that Medicaid and Medicare.
Ooh. So in other words, it's coming. He just ain't seen it yet.
Well, yeah. Listen, Tim. The idea that we're having these conversations and people are still trying to mince words on the realities of what we're dealing with is absurd, right? Like you're playing that video about them selling. They will tell their supporters anything. They don't give a fuck what they tell them because they know that they aren't looking for facts. They're just listening to them.
Yeah, but it goes back to my statement. As opposed to listening to what a politician is telling you, I asked that simple question. Elon said he saved us double-digit billions with Doge. How has that affected your life at all? I'm talking to my beloved MAGA because I know they favored what Elon was doing. How did it affect your life at all? Other than you're happy these people are not getting our money no more. But did you get any of it? Other than just pacifying you, making you happy that some entity out there is no longer getting our help, if it doesn't help you out at all, then why be so concerned with it?
Well, but Tim, that question that you just asked was on the table even before the election. It's the same question. It's the same question. We knew that Doge was a gimmick. We knew Doge was a scam. We knew that there was nothing that was going to come back to the American people. The actual facts are this. Just like everything else, it's all for an agenda. They know who their audience is. They know all they got to do is play cover songs and tell them that they're original songs, and they'll believe it. It's just about
Well, I think some folks believed and maybe even still believe that some of this was going to equate to some kind of additional modern day stimulus check.
They're spending more money now. So far in his presidency, what are they up to? 1.9 trillion so far this year?
I don't even know what it is.
It's something like that. I have to go look, and I'm not in front of my computer right now. But my point is this: everything. I want you to. I know you know this, but I want people to understand this. The reason the courts are pushing back, like right now, the courts are pushing back on tariffs. Do people understand that if that court judgment stands, that we are liable for all of that money that we quote unquote took in for those tariffs to give back to these countries? Do they realize that? They're not even paying attention. Because here's the thing. Well, what the judge said was, just like I've been telling the whole time, Trump is using quote unquote national emergency for all is his reasoning for all of this shit.
That's an interesting point you make. Now, what you're saying is the judge ruled that Trump's tariffs are basically illegal or whatever the case may be. It's supposed to be the legislative. So if we've been charging, let's say, Canada 30% extra on lumber, I'm just making up something. We've been charging Canada 30% extra on lumber for the last few months. What you're saying is, because that was ruled illegal to begin with, we got to give them that 30% back. The crazy thing is, they have imposed reciprocal tariffs that would not be under the judge's his ruling. So they get to keep theirs.
All the companies, listen, everybody, the companies get it. Do you think we're going to get our money back for paying higher prices? Do you think it's going to come back to? Absolutely not. So this is my thing, Tim, and this is what everyone's been ignoring when they talk about deportation, all these executive orders. Every executive order that he has used under the guise of national security, those things are going back to the courts, right?
Yeah, but do you feel confident that? Yeah, but do you feel confident the courts are not going to let him keep that stuff out? I mean, you think the courts are going to overturn his executive orders?
I think that this ruling that we got Friday, and that was from the appellate court, mind you.
Yeah, but it's the Supreme Court that's the biggest hurdle.
Correct. So now the Supreme Court has to overturn the initial ruling, the appellate ruling. Now they have to overturn that. And I'm not saying that they won't. What I'm saying is that the American people that are just going Trump good, and they're not looking at the detail. Every case that he has used national security as the mechanism to do whatever he's trying to do, all of those are being pushed back in court. All of them. Because the judges are like, you need to define what was the national security. What was the national security issue in D.C.?
He says crime, but you raise a good point because obviously he's talking about Chicago next and he's threatening Baltimore. And that's what I said in my video about the 5 rights you might lose under Trump is that based on how he's treating crime, you can just pick and choose an emergency anywhere because he's not going down the list of most violent city first, next violent city second. He's just picking, I'm going to pick a city I don't like for some reason, and I'm going to use that one to say there's an emergency. Because Chicago and Baltimore are not number 1 and 2. And D.C. is not number one either. In terms of the most violent cities in America, I don't think Chicago, Washington, D.C., or even Baltimore are even 1, 2, or 3. And he's talking about deeming those cities emergencies. But meanwhile, the most violent cities are getting skipped over. So it does give him the ability. I'm just going to say it's an emergency here and go there.
Well, yeah, because that's what he's claiming. And that's what he gets. And he doesn't care about what's going to happen later. He doesn't care, right? He doesn't care that these things get overturned. I mean, he came right out after the judge and he called them partisan hacks or whatever he called them. The entire appellate court. I'm not surprised he's saying that, but the point is when you talk about Chicago, and all these Democratic cities that he wants to go to, but he's not talking to any of the red states and these governors. And some of these blue cities are in red states, but he's not addressing them with the governors. So at the end of the day, people that are sitting back still making excuses, listen, this is you can ignore it all you want, but at the end of the day, facts are facts. What we're seeing is what we're seeing.
Yeah, and I have someone in my comments asking the question of, you must not know anything about Chicago, and have you ever walked around? I'm born and raised in Chicago. It's been 30 some odd years of my life. I know a lot about Chicago. I'm there quite often. I don't pretend that Chicago is not violent. Chicago is a violent city, but I'm saying if you're going to deem a city to be an emergency based on crime, wouldn't you start out with the worst city? When you go down the list, worst city, second worst, third worst. I mean, Baltimore is not number 3. D.C. is not number 1. I mean, he's just picking and choosing. He's talking about Los Angeles. Los Angeles is not in the top 5. He's just picking wherever he wants to start. I got a mayor in this city that's talking shit. I'm going to deem his town as an emergency. I mean, because all big cities are violent. So the way Trump is doing it, if the mayor of Cincinnati starts talking shit, well, I'm going to deem your city an emergency. Because that's how he started talking about Baltimore. He got into a spat with, I believe, either the governor of Maryland or somebody in Baltimore. Well, then maybe your city needs a visit. It could be anything.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part. And then this is how crazy it is. He can say something, and his beloved MAGA will support this thing he said for the very first time. And then they'll sit up here and they want to debate this thing that he said, like being in D.C. That shit. But he literally, Tim, let's be clear. 3 months ago, the man was praising the mayor and the chief of police for bringing crime down in D.C.
Yeah.
Just 3 fucking months ago. So, but you'll get people coming up here talking about how the violent blue cities, you guys are buying into his rhetoric. No one is saying that crime isn't an issue in this country, but I also will submit to you that we have more pew-pews on the streets of this country than we do people.
Yeah.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
That is a fact.
But when they say that's not a problem, do you think crime would be the same if we didn't have all of these weapons on the streets?
Well, in defense of the right, in defense of my beloved MAGA, they absolutely think that if you got rid of the pew-pews, people would just find another way to commit the same crimes. Even though many of those crimes, in my opinion, are impossible. Try doing a drive-by without a firearm. You know, I mean, so...
Water bottle, what are you going to do?
Right.
Let me ask you this. And by the way, let's be clear, because I hate when they do this, when they bring up mental health. I think it was 2022 or 2023. Don't quote me on the date. There was a bill put forth in Congress to address mental health in this country. And do you know who voted against it? Anybody? Who voted against it?
Yeah, of course, the pull yourself up by your bootstraps. To me, I call it the don't ask me for shit party. If what you need is going to cost some of my tax money, then I'm not for it. Don't ask me for shit.
Don't ask me for shit. So I'll answer the question. Just so people are clear, go look it up. The Republicans voted against it. But then they turn around and scream mental health because they figure if it's a health crisis and they don't have to address anything that has to do with 2A. You see how that works, you guys? But you fall for it every time. But Tim, I've been telling you this for 5 months now. Republicans don't give a shit about children. I've been telling you this. I've been telling you this, and I've been telling you this. And every time something happens, the one thing they don't do, they're not up and up. If you want to deem something a national security issue, if you want to deem something a crisis, how about making our children feel safe? How about having a conversation and having a press conference about that instead of getting on TV talking about the person? Well, it was a trans and it was mental health, and then they do that shit, right? It's the
Yeah, but what about the notion that they do believe putting an armed guard at every school would make the kids safer?
Where was that in the bill or legislative wise? I know that's what they're saying, but again, that's what they're saying. Show me they got the Congress and the Senate. The only thing that they passed is this big bullshit bill. They haven't put another bill on the floor since, Tim.
No need. I mean, Trump is able to do it by himself. No need to put bills up.
Okay, perfect. So you're leading right into it. So he could do it by executive order. He could do it through Congress.
Wait, hold on. Man, Mike, you just made a light bulb go off. Eureka, as they say. That's a great avenue you're going down. If you can deem something an emergency via executive order, why not deem it an emergency that our children are not safe in schools and allocate money for at least one armed guard in every American school? Why wouldn't he do that?
Deploy the National Guard. You're deploying them every fucking where else. You see, this is what I'm talking about. They're not serious people. They don't really care about crime. They care about the notion that if they get more people in this country, preferably white people, to believe that black and brown is bad and get them okay with the cruelty, that's their agenda, Tim. It's not about reducing crime. It's about reducing people, particularly people of color. Now, as I say that, and people will say, you're afraid, tell me another initiative, because look, we just had another school pew-pew. How come no one's going to that lecture? Not anyone in Congress, not anyone in the Senate, President, the White House press secretary, no one has come out and said this is a crisis. Because they don't care, Tim. They don't care. They can put armed guards at these schools, but they're not putting any money behind police reform. They're not putting any money into communities. They've only put one bill forth this entire time. Have you heard them talk about any other bill yet, Tim?
Like I said, they've kind of stepped to the side and did the missing man formation, where they just just letting Trump take the lead. You can do whatever you want to do, sir. You see the planes flying across. We're gonna partner away, sir. You take the lead, and he just pulls his F-16 up there and flies in lead. And we're not gonna question anything you do. That's kind of what has happened. That he's running the country via executive order.
and they're standing by letting it happen. I'm gonna give you another example. We've got the National Guard out there picking up trash, picking up fucking trash.
I've seen videos of that.
They were able to set up alligator Alcatraz in weeks.
I already know where you're going.
They could be setting up. They could be using the same strategy for homeless camps across this country if they really gave a fuck, but they don't. They don't. They care about the narrative, and they want. And here's another thing, by the way. As Trump sits up there the other day and talks about 600,000 Chinese students, let them come on to the schools. You saw that, right?
No. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he had a press conference. When Trump had his press conference the other day, and he was talking about, he welcomes the 600,000 Chinese students into the country, on their visas, and he hopes that after they graduate, they stay and they contribute to the.
Somebody don't put some money for it to get them to say that.
Well, no. Here's the thing, Tim. The money is the students, because they don't get scholarships. They pay full. They pay for their education when they come here. So that money is major to these colleges. They wouldn't survive without these foreign students. Let's just be honest. These students.
Yeah, but you're you're talking about you don't like the immigrants coming here and instant invasion. You're gonna let a bunch of educated Chinese come here. They represent a far greater threat to America, whether it's in reversing our reverse engineering our technology and spying, than the Hispanic community ever would.
You damn right. But again, this is why the reason I brought it up is to again illustrate they don't give a fuck about none of that shit. They care about money. I told you there's a prostitute in chief. He will sell anything that he can. He doesn't give a shit about none of this shit. He doesn't give a fuck about America. He doesn't. All he cares about is money and status and being a king. He doesn't care. Listen, the Heritage Foundation cares about this stuff. The Steve Millers and the I think his name is Peter Thiel and Steve, they care about these things. They care about their verticals, like I've told you before. He doesn't care. He's transactional. He'll do anything, anytime, but the one thing that he is a racist. And because you could not, I'm about to tell you why. You couldn't have somebody in this position for the Heritage Foundation for Stephen Miller and Steve Bannon if they weren't, because they wouldn't do it. Tell me I'm wrong, Tim. So they know he feels this way. That's why he gets up and he says all of this cruelty, all this cruel shit, because it's in him. That's who he is. That's who his daddy was. That's who he is, right? And so he's doing what he's always done. Now he's got enough people to buy into it, and I want you to pay attention to this while I'm gonna land my plane here. When people that are speaking for him, whether it's what's her name, his press secretary,
Levitt, Caroline Levitt, Caroline Levitt.
Karen. They always say that Trump is doing the work for the American people. This was a mandate by the American people. He puts it back on them. Don't be mad at me. Y'all voted for me to do what I'm doing. He always makes sure.
Well, to some degree, Trump is telling the truth. A large portion of what he is doing, he did run on it.
Yeah. And again, and by the way, so MAGA Reacts always has something to say. MAGA, I told you not doing for this. By the way, you can be a racist and be around other minorities. You can be a racist and get on the stage and want these students here because if there's money involved. That doesn't mean he gives a fuck about them, you dummy. See, that's how I know that half the country doesn't understand what racism is, because they think being a racist means that you, by and large, don't talk to, don't speak to, don't associate with, can't have a conversation with any minority at all.
I mean, I would give you the fictional TV show Archie Bunker hung around George Jefferson. I mean, he was racist as hell.
About as racist as he can.
Yeah, I mean, that ain't saying nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't say shit. So at the end of the day, if you think I'm full of shit, fact check everything I'm telling you. If you think I'm full of shit, listen to the words that they use. State of emergency. It's a national crisis. That's why the judges are pushing back, going, you haven't shown us a crisis. You haven't shown us a crisis. What's the emergency? What's the emergency?
Bro, they're saying crime.
Before I say it,
They're saying crime is the emergency.
if crime was an emergency in August, beginning of August, then clearly it was a problem at the beginning of July, at the beginning of June, May, and April. Along that time,
You were saying crime was going down.
For bringing crime down, we had a parade in the same city where we spent millions of dollars in June. So when else was the crime? When else was the emergency? But you know what? His supporters don't even blink. They don't even fucking blink. They just start going to figure out how to support what he's saying instead of thinking about what he's saying. What he's saying is he's trying to, and that's where he wants them. Because you can want 600,000 Chinese foreign students to come here, but what are we doing with our K through 12 education system in this? We're cutting it. If you look at the bill.
Yeah. All right, Mike, that's the big, beautiful bill. There is certainly cuts in there for that. I do agree with that. Mike, thank you.
Okay, bro.
Anytime. All right, moving on with the program. Somebody asked me a question. I wanted to respond. Somebody was saying, well, where do you want to, because, you know, when we're talking about just deeming any city, you know, an emergency and sending the National Guard to, somebody asked him, where do you think the National Guard should go? Well, first of all, I do believe the National Guard should be coordinated with the cities. That's the first thing, or the governor or whatever. But if we're going to deem crime as an emergency for why you're dispatching the National Guard, then the first city to get the National Guard should be the city with the most crime. That's where it should go. And that's what my last caller was saying. Here's what I definitely agree with my last caller on. If you're going to start saying that something is an emergency, so as president, you need to act even if the governor and the mayors disagree with you, then there should be some way of, there should be parameters to what is designated as an emergency. In other words, okay, if you're going to say a city has a lot of crime, for instance, that could just be an opinion. I mean, there are people who probably think there's a lot of crime in Maui. I mean, so that should be, you should actually have parameters. Okay, how many murders per 100,000? How many this? I mean, there should actually have to be parameters. You should just be to jump up and pick a city and say, I think that city is dealing with, because your idea of what's high crime may not fit somebody else's narrative. Now, I'm not going to pretend like crime is not high in Chicago, but I'm going to tell you any city in America that has more than 100,000 people in it probably has a significant amount of crime in it. Most American cities are high crime. Dinkel, appreciate the hat mustache. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. But anyway, in regards to where the National Guard should be sent, if we're going to base it on the most crime, here is Real Estate US News. This article is titled Most Dangerous Places in the United States 2025 to 2026. Number 1, they have Memphis, Tennessee. Number 2, Oakland, California. Number 3, St. Louis, Missouri. Number 4, now we've been talking about this one, Baltimore, Maryland. Number 5 is Detroit, Michigan. Number 6 is Alexandria. I believe that's Louisiana. LA is the abbreviation for Louisiana, if I'm correct. Alexandria, Louisiana is number, 6. Next is Cleveland, Ohio, followed by New Orleans, Louisiana. Monroe, Louisiana is after. Number 9 is Monroe, Louisiana. So Louisiana got 2 of them in there. Now, this is interesting. Number 10 is Pueblo, Colorado. Wow. Now, keep in mind, Chicago ain't even came up yet. Chicago, we at number 10. Chicago has not even come up yet. Anniston, Alabama, number 11. Little Rock, Arkansas comes in at 12. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I'm assuming you probably ain't heard violence in many of these cities. You know why? Because many of these cities are in Republican states. Many of them are. Now, they may have Democratic mayors, but they have Republican governors. And if your state has a Republican governor, you probably will never hear the right talking about the crime in your city. Now, I don't care how liberal your city is. If your governor is Republican, the right ain't going to talk about it. Tacoma, Washington, 14. Birmingham, Alabama comes in at 15. Atlantic City, New Jersey at 16. Camden, New Jersey at 17. And I've heard a lot about violence in New Jersey. Springfield, Missouri. Wow. Number 18. Number 19 is Albuquerque, New Mexico, and number 20 is Kansas City, Missouri. Chicago is not even in the top 20 according to this list, and it continues on there. I mean, just to give you a few more, because I don't know how big this list is, but at 21 is Louisville, Kentucky, Canton, Ohio, 22, Dayton, Ohio, 23, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 24, Minneapolis, Minnesota is 25. Chicago is not even on the top 25 according to this particular list. Now, understand that Chicago gets a lot of attention for a bunch of reasons. First of all, in terms of crime, it's a big city. So just the sheer numbers of Chicago are going to look huge compared, like for instance, Camden, New Jersey, you're not going to have 600-700 murders a year in a town like Camden, whereas in a town like Chicago, you might have that. But when you look at the population of Chicago, it's going to probably be multiples of Camden, New Jersey. But they're not going by the per capita, how many murders per 100,000. They're just going on how many murders, period. So yeah, a town with, LA, New York, and Chicago being 1, 2, and 3, they're going to have more murders because they're really, really big cities. You're not going to have as many murders in Columbus, Ohio, that you're going to have in New York, LA, or Chicago. Now, Houston is the 4th largest city in this country. They were not on this list, but chances are they do have a lot of murders because it's a really big city as well. And of course, because it's in a Republican state, you're never going to hear the right talking about crime rates in any city in Texas. They're just not going to bring it up. But just wanted to point that out. That is U.S. News. That's the source, U.S. News, and this is their real estate most dangerous places in the United States. So they're telling you from a standpoint of places you wouldn't want to live, real estate wise. And they got on here median household income and things like that. But top 25 cities, Chicago's not even in the list. So when you ask where would I send the National Guard, I will start out with the most violent cities. Let me go back to the box. And a lot of those cities are in Republican areas. A lot of them in Republican states. MAGA reacts. Good evening, MAGA. Welcome to the program. Somebody said that list is bullshit. Okay, well, give me your. Let me just say this. Hold on. Hang on. Give me. No, hold on. Wait a minute. I want you to give me a list of the top 10 most violent cities. I want to see what's on your list. I don't care where you get it from. I don't care if you get it from Fox.
Number 1 because it has 573 homicides in 2024, followed by LA because it has what did LA have? Actually, New York had 377. LA is 268. So Chicago, New York, LA are my top 3. Baltimore is not on here, surprisingly enough, but let me Google Baltimore's homicide.
Yeah, my guess is because you're just going by the sheer number of homicides. Chicago, New York, and LA.
The most homicides.
Right. They got the most people. They're going to always be number 1. You expect a small.
So because they have a lot of people, we should forget about it, or should we help them out and send the National Guard there?
No, I don't think you should ever consider a town with 10 times the population as number 1 most violent. It's always going to be more people. You could have far less people per capita dying in Chicago, but because they have so many more people, the number is higher.
That's why I think per capita is a shit stat. Per capita is supposed to compare Chicago to Chicago, not Chicago to another city. It's the most bullshit stat ever. How are you going to have 700 murders, 600 murders, and you're not top 10 in the most dangerous cities in the country?
When you got millions of people?
Like quadruple the population, and they only have like a third of the homicides, right?
Yeah.
New York has 10 million people, but they only got 300 homicides.
To me, the way you're looking at it would be like having a fight with no weight class. You're bigger, but we're not going to take into account that you're much bigger. I mean, Chicago has way more people in it. You're saying that don't matter. We're just going to go by how many people were murdered. Even if you got 10 times as many people, that don't matter. We're just going to go by how many people were murdered. That's like having a fight with no weight class.
Listen, you could have a city with 1,000 people. If they had like 10 homicides, they'll have a way worse rate than Chicago. Are you gonna send 1,000 troops to patrol 1,000 people because they have a higher rate than Chicago?
I think you should. Yeah. Well, you don't send 1,000 troops, but if a town got if they got a murder rate that's really high like that, that should be the first place you address. You don't have to send 1,000 troops, but that should be the first place you go.
Officers, you can address it with like a team of 5 at the most. It doesn't need that.
As long as I'm not arguing with that, I'm just simply saying that should be the first place you address. There's no reason for you to skip over it completely. Trump is not addressing cities like that at all.
Yeah, because he doesn't need to. He needs to address the big cities like Chicago, New York, Baltimore. I gotta figure out homicide numbers.
I don't get why you say if a town has a higher homicide rate, why are you saying he doesn't need to?
Because more homicides matter than more the rate.
Yeah.
It's skewed by the size of the city.
So in other words, using your example, if a town has only 1,000 people, but it has a homicide rate of 10, you just saying because it's a small town, so just totally ignore that.
They can take care of their own problem.
If they got 10 homicides, they're not doing that. If they got 10 homicides, they're not taking care of their own problem.
Well, it depends how the homicides. I hate talking what ifs with you because it depends on how the homicides happen. If they happened all at once, if it was just one like shooting spree, or is like it was spread out across like 100 people. It depends on a lot of shit. That's why this is a shitty stat to look
What if it's over the course of a year, just like what if it's over the course of a year, just like any other town? What the point I'm making is, if your goal is to address towns that have a high homicide rate, saying, well, your town is small, so we're gonna skip over your town. That makes no sense. Your goal is to address high homicides. It shouldn't be, well, this city is small, so we're gonna just totally ignore it. That doesn't make sense. Then
yeah, you should ignore the small cities and concentrate on the big ones because they need more help because they have a lot more people.
So the people that are dying in a small town, you just are totally unconcerned with them.
No, there's a lot of other people take care of that. You got the governor, you got the mayor, you got 1,000 people before the president. The president is here to take care of the whole country.
So if you saying there's other people to take care of them, if they have a high homicide rate, clearly those other people are not doing it. This is what Trump is saying in Chicago. Yeah, they got the governor and they got the mayor of Chicago, but clearly they're not doing their job, so I'm going to go in with the National Guard. Why would you ignore the small city and say, well, they can take care of it themselves? Why don't the same logic that they're not doing their job apply to them?
It also depends on the cause of the homicides. Like in St. Louis, a lot of them get solved. A lot of those get solved because they're regular homicides. But in Chicago, a lot of them don't get solved because they're random acts of violence. So you don't know, because like, remember how you were talking about the first 4 I was making some cities look bad? Mm-hmm. Most of those got solved because it was always like a relative or someone that knew the victim. In Chicago, it's just random violence.
This is why when me and my last caller was talking, I stated that for a president to deem a city as an emergency that you have to send in the National Guard, there should be parameters, because you're making it clear you can play all kinds of, well, how did the homicides happen? Did they happen all? You're making it clear that you can completely look over cities that you don't want to attack for whatever reason and make up reasons why you need to go in others. You're doing exactly that right now. Well, it's a small town, or they can use their governor and their mayor. I mean, you're coming up with any reason to not address certain cities and reasons to address other cities, even if the crime in a smaller town is greater. You're finding reasons not to do anything about it. They need to have specific parameters, like per capita murders, if you're going to deem something an emergency, it needs to meet a certain criteria. Otherwise, it exposes people like what you're doing.
Having the most homicides, period, regardless of size. Let's go to the city that has the most homicides, which is Chicago. Fix it first, and then go to the next one.
Oh, Dinkow. Thank you, Dinka. Yeah, see, and to me, that doesn't make any sense. Because if you got
it has the most homicides. No. Why does it matter if 2 million or 10 million live there? They have 500 more homicides than.
Because the goal the goal is safety in addressing crime. If you got a city with 10 million people and only.
You should be addressing the stats, not the actual homicides.
No, we were addressing the cities where per capita more people are in danger. Not just like I said, you're talking about fighting without a weight class. That's what you well, if there's
this is crime. Crime shouldn't have weight classes.
Yes,
Crime should be you go.
So per capita means nothing.
Biggest criminal.
So per capita means nothing in your eyes.
No, per capita is a stupid stat. It's only meant to compare Chicago to Chicago. When you use it to compare Chicago to St. Louis, it makes no sense whatsoever because they're completely different cities. I mean, you're not going to go to the city with the most homicides. Those are 500 to 700 people that have been dying every year in that city. You're just going to ignore it because when you look at it per capita, it becomes nothing. It doesn't even make top 20 list of any of these lists you keep saying.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because when you look at it per capita, it doesn't even make any list whatsoever.
I don't think you judge anything and exclude per capita. I mean, the thing about it is, based on what you're talking about, if you just go by the sheer number of people dying, Chicago, New York, and LA gonna be number 1, 2, and 3 every time. That's gonna always happen. Even if Trump does what he's doing, the minute he's done, just because there's so many people in those cities, they're always gonna be 1, 2, and 3. That's always gonna be the case because they just have a lot more people.
You should always be tough on crime in those cities. Because they have a higher population, it's harder to control crime in a big city.
Like I said, that just makes no sense. You're never going to actually address people truly being unsafe if you ignore people who are unsafe in smaller areas. Because I'm focused on the city with the most people in it. Even if in a big city, the chances of you getting murdered are very low because the rate is low. Well, I'm not going by per capita. I'm going by how many people. Well, in a big city, that ain't a lot of people. But because you're focusing on sheer numbers and not per capita, that town's always going to be number 1, and they're going to be getting attention that they don't need, and some other town that needs it is going to be getting skipped over.
They need it because they have a lot of people dying.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, they have more people dying than any other city, and then it's also a game of like how big the city is. I told you how Miami is divided into 20 cities. That makes all our cities small. That means none of our cities are going to have a low per capita rate.
Yeah, like I said, based on what you're saying, any very violent city will never get addressed because if you got a city that's only 50,000, 60,000 people, it can be violent than a motherfucker. And it's not going to have the same rate as Chicago, so you're going to keep skipping over it. It could be a city that is genuinely really, really bad. But because you don't have as many people dying in your city as Chicago, we're gonna keep skipping over you. I mean, you would never get around to it.
Skip the city with the most homicides just because when you do.
I want to address the cities where the people are the least safe, not just where you got the sheer amount of numbers. I mean, in a city that's why we say per capita. If you got 10 murders per 100,000. In a big city like Chicago has 2 per 100,000. The people in the city with they're 5 times more. The danger is 5 times greater.
But the problem is Chicago has areas where it's 0 per 100,000, and other areas where it's like almost 100 per 100,000. So
I'm not breaking you and I. I'm not breaking the city up. Yeah, I'm not breaking up towns and then trying to find out which side of town.
Look at it neighborhood by neighborhood. If you look at it neighborhood by neighborhood and you're looking at the most dangerous neighborhoods, so you're going to ignore all the dangerous neighborhoods in Chicago and protect some safe neighborhood in fucking Houston because it has a worse rate?
Yeah. If you start talking about violent neighborhoods in Chicago, then you're gonna have some really small cities like Oakland and things like that. They're gonna have neighborhoods that are even more violent than Chicago because the neighborhood is even more compressed. It's gonna be even more violent than that. But you have tunnel vision on Chicago.
Chicago still.
Yeah, you have tunnel vision on Chicago. That's what it is. It's just tunnel vision focused on Chicago, just like Trump does. You have Chicago derangement syndrome. I gotta move it on, though, man. I'll give you the last word.
Homicides is half the homicides. New York, which is quadruple the size, has like a tenth of the homicide, like a third of the homicides. Yeah. The numbers don't add up, and you're just stuck on the rate.
You lost me when you said per capita doesn't matter. I mean, per capita, then like I said, I can't do nothing with
politics. You know why politicians use it? Because it hides how shitty of a job they're doing.
Okay. All right, MAGA. Appreciate you coming in, man.
Take care.
All right, moving on with the program. Take care of your own bullshit. First, somebody says, The problem is you don't have any vision on Chicago. I don't know what that means, considering I'm born and raised there. Let's have Trump bear down on the cities with the most illegals and what is a birthright booby? But yeah, like I said, when I was telling my last callers that if you go solely by the number of homicides, Chicago, New York, and LA are going to be 1, 2, and 3 all the time. I mean, do you really expect a town with 500,000 residents to have the same homicide numbers as a town with 3 million? I mean, you're not actually going by the town that's most dangerous at that point. Well, you guys are bigger, so we're just going to always focus on you. According to stats, Chicago is in Savvy Dream Girl. You said according to stats, Chicago is not even in the top 5. No, it's not. But what he is saying is he's not going by how they come up with the stats. He is going by the sheer number of homicides. And like for instance, St. Louis ranks significantly more violent than Chicago, but St. Louis only has 270,000 people there. Chicago has 2.7 million. So you would never expect St. Louis to have more murders than Chicago. I mean, they could have a significant amount of murders, but let's say Chicago has 700 murders in a year, that happens. Let's say one year they have 700 murders. Let's say St. Louis only has 300. Now, that's a little bit less than half for St. Louis, but the town is only 1/10 the size of Chicago. That would make St. Louis a significantly more violent town than Chicago. Now, these are fictional numbers. I'm making this up. But let's just say, because I think St. Louis is probably in the hundreds, but it certainly has more than 1/10 the murders of Chicago. But the problem is, because he is only going solely on the actual numbers of deaths, you can have small towns that are violent as hell, and as he said, hey, they can deal with that themselves. So those people get no assistance at all. Let me go to the box. Denkel, welcome to the program. Now, I take it you heard my last caller. Do you agree per capita is irrelevant, Denkel? Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening. That's the dumbest kind of interpretation of crime that I've ever heard. That it doesn't matter. The sheer numbers matter more than anything. So we should ignore every smaller city and just only concentrate on the sheer numbers. That's stupid.
Yeah. To me, like I gave him the example, to me it's like fighting without a weight class. In other words, you see the old Rocky IV movie when Drago's hit the thing and it measures his punch strength? In other words, it don't matter if you're a big-ass 400-pound dude or you're a little tiny 150-pound woman. I'm only going to focus on how much strength you got. It doesn't matter what your size is. Like, he's doing it without a weight class. That's what it is.
Look, he's been doing that a while. Ever since he's been trying to prove to Michael his numbers are really legit. Like, I don't get it. You've explained it to him in layman's terms, and he just constantly keeps saying the same stupid shit about, well, it's whoever has the most numbers, we should concentrate on them. Well, then you should never concentrate on any smaller cities and never apply anything to them, because you need to give all of your resources to the bigger cities. That's stupid.
That's a good point you raised, because we're talking about crime, but really anything you address, poverty, college graduates, anything you address, who contributes the most to the federal government in terms of taxes, Chicago's going to rank high in every category because it's got more people. I mean, you're right. The smaller towns would...
There's a reason why we do it per capita, because it gives us a better understanding of how intensified things are within a certain population. You can't just be like, well, there's more numbers of taxi cab drivers in California or fucking New York, so they, it's just not a logical. It's not a.
If you don't go by I think the simple answer is if you don't take per capita into consideration and you just go by sheer numbers, we would never talk about small cities in America at all, because they're going to rank lower on it, whether it's small businesses, or no matter what category, no matter what you're talking about, they're going to rank far under Chicago because they don't have the people.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Right. And like, look, we can have a conversation about how many Trump voters there are in a big city. Well, yeah, it's a whole bunch of Trump voters in New York or California, but you have to look at it as per capita.
right. Yeah, based on what he's talking about, then Chicago is more pro-Trump than Huntsville, Alabama. Because there's more Trump supporters in Chicago than in Huntsville, Alabama.
Right, because the sheer numbers.
Right.
It doesn't make sense, but he's stuck on that. He can't get off of it.
Yeah.
And look, I don't know what to say. Like I think he's a young. I think he's an intelligent person, but the propaganda has got to him where he can't even have a really like a decent conversation with somebody because he's so invested into trying to prove himself right.
I'll give guests credit all the time. If you prove something, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But yeah, not going by per capita to suggest per capita doesn't mean anything. When we judge everything on per capita, like I said, you would not consider small towns for anything in America. Funding, no matter what it is, there are just more people in need in Chicago than some small farming town. You would ignore them in every aspect of American life if you didn't take per capita into consideration.
Right. You would be saying like, Chicago is worse than Birmingham, Alabama because there's more people on public assistance. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
My opinion is I think everybody knows that Trump skipped the line to make Chicago some kind of an emergency when all these other cities are more, and they're just coming up with ways to justify why he would have done it. I mean that's what it is. Chicago does not fit.
I wouldn't say it was just Chicago because he's like, he's made that argument towards any blue city.
Yeah. And that's why I told
every blue city needs to be addressed before we even look at any red city. Period.
Yeah, and that's why I told Mike and I told even MAGA Reaction on the last caller that for Trump, any president, not just Trump, but for any president to deem a town so criminally overran that we need to declare an emergency, there should actually have to be listed parameters that have to be crossed. It just shouldn't be him waking up and saying, this city is crime-ridden, I'm going to do something about it. Because it does allow him to just go through the top 50 cities and pick where he want to start at. I mean, he can pick any town and say, to me, that city is, I said Huntsville, Alabama, friend. To me, I think there's too many races in your town. I'm going to sit in, you can pick anything. It just opens up the door for him to make any decision he wants.
Right. I definitely agree there should be a standard. He has come into this situation and he has deemed everything an emergency. Everything. They're at a 30-year low in D.C., but he said it's an emergency. Like everything is an emergency, as that's the way he's going to get things done. There's an economic emergency. That means he needs to put tariffs everywhere. Everything is an emergency. We need to understand or have a standard as what deems something an emergency.
Yeah, and that's where I would be more willing to work with what Trump is doing to somebody like that if there was some type of standard. But when you start talking about we need to go into Chicago because there's high crime there, and you can show across the board per capita all these other cities that are more violent, it makes you, why are you starting with Chicago? Now, somebody in the comments said, well, Chicago's been in the news for years. Yeah, it's been in the right-wing news. Right.
Like, is that the standard? If you're in the news, we need to concentrate everything on you.
Yeah. I mean, let's face it, that Chicago has been getting attacked by the right since Obama became president. That's where Chicago really started getting attacked, is when Obama became president, because, he's tied to Chicago. They have tough gun laws in Chicago. They have a liberal mayors. They have liberal governors. It is the whipping boy for the right. So it's been in the news, but it's been primarily on the right. You watch left-wing media, they're not talking about Chicago every day. You watch right-wing media, Chicago comes up all. You can't have a conversation about crime with the right without Chicago coming up. Meanwhile, a lot of these other cities.
And I'm not saying that I'm not
you know, look, I'm not biased because I'm from Detroit. Detroit should be way more in the public eye than Chicago, but it's not. I ain't gonna say nothing, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, Detroit is on it has turned around from its image from back when it was the murder capital and all this stuff. But all of the cities down south that have been deemed the murder capitals, nobody is saying shit about those.
Well, that kind of applies to your hometown of Detroit as well, because you guys have went back and forth electing Republican mayors I mean, you got Whitmer in there now, but you guys have elected Republican mayors. And as I've stated, as long as you got a Republican mayor over your state, it don't matter how violent those liberal cities are. They're not going to say anything. Illinois has always had Illinois had a Democratic mayor for quite a while now. So that's why it makes a really good place to attack.
Right, and it's the craziest thing, because when we talk about like law enforcement in cities and stuff, and then we talk about, then they say, well, that's a Democratic city. I try to make people understand, like the bulk of the investment in law enforcement comes from the state. It doesn't come from the city.
No. And the crimes you commit are state crimes too. So yeah, they don't. I think it's kind of a game of, I want to blame the highest liberal I could find. In other words, they have no problem blaming Gavin Newsom for crime in L.A. and San Francisco, but when it comes to Republican governors, all of a sudden now it's only the mayor's fault.
Right, and now they literally got a National Guard out there picking up trash in the goddamn, you know, in the damn parks and stuff, because they done fired all of the damn people that was hired by the city to pick up trash.
I don't understand that. I mean, but I will say, under what Trump is doing, crime in D.C. it has come to a standstill. I mean, you know, people are scared to do anything. So
I disagree with you. Crime has not come to a standstill. It has went indoors. It has went underground, because that's what crime does. But the problem with the thing is, it's not fixing crime.
Well, hold on. What I'm talking about is they're claiming they haven't had a murder in like 13 days.
Well, they just had a murder 2 days ago or whatever, after the 12th day or whatever. Yeah, I get it, but that's not stopping crime. It is making it go underground until they fucking leave. And look, and let me be the one to say, there will be a spark in crime after they fucking leave.
But I agree with that.
I would bet myself that there's going to be a spike in crime once they leave, because I used to be a criminal. I understand the shit. If we got fucking motherfuckers driving down the street with tanks and shit and fucking with people, I'm going to go inside and I'm going to wait for their ass to leave. But trust me, all crackheads are still getting high right now. All people that do B&Es are still scouting people's houses so they can break into their houses. Like, crime has not gone away. It has just went underground.
Let me ask you this though. In regards to crime has not gone away and it's went underground. Let's say Trump keeps the National Guard there for the remainder of his term. And then you get a liberal in there after Trump, and that liberal says, listen, this is too much. We're going to withdraw all this from the city. And then the crime comes back. How does that make the liberals look?
It makes them look like they are dealing with the financial aspect, because they're not going to be able to keep the same assets in the street the whole time. It's going to be what it is. Like, yeah, it's going to look bad for a Democrat, but people that understand the actual, you know, the situation that's happening, yes, it looks good, because now we're putting all of these federal dollars into people marching up and down the fucking street. That's not changing the reality of the people that live in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
They stopping people on the street. They stopping and frisking people illegally. Yes, they're doing all of that stuff, but unless you can do that shit on a permanent basis around the fucking country, it's not changing the reality of poor people.
Yeah, I agree that the way the best way to bring down crime is to actually address why the crime is there to begin with. You know, they often say, you know, if children don't have anything to do after school, they get into trouble. That's where you talk about community centers and things like that. Obviously, if people are poor, they do things for opportunistic purposes so they can feed their families or whatever. And then some people are just fucking greedy. But fact is, if you don't do anything to address why crime happened to begin with, yeah, just flooding the area with police is probably not going to stop it. Like I'm hearing in Maryland, their homeless population is growing because Trump is threatening to get rid of the homeless in D.C., so they're just moving. And my guess is the criminals are probably doing the same thing. Some of the suburbs are going to probably start reporting an increase in crime.
Right. So if you look, if he wanted to be practical about this shit, the hundreds of millions of dollars he's spending flooding the streets. I mean, they were showing where they had like 30 or 40 officers in the streets of D.C. stopping cars.
Wow.
And they talking about, well, we arrested one guy and everything. Like, just imagine how much money goes into having 30 or 40 federal agents who are making $70,000, $80,000 a year a piece, standing there, or the people, the military people that are out there cleaning up the fucking, the park and picking up trash and shit. If they would have took all of those hundreds of millions of dollars and put them into programs for the youth coming up and getting them off the streets in the summertime and giving them summer jobs and them, those types of things that really change poverty. They give people hope, and they give, and people have a way of getting away from that type of poverty. That's what changes things. Not just have a bunch of police out there arresting people, because just because you arrest people, guess what? There's always somebody waiting to take the place of a dude that got arrested.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't see it doing anything but being exactly what you said, a temporary stopgap, because you haven't addressed the problem of why crime happens. But I want to ask you about something else before we move the program on. What do you think about him taking away Kamala Harris's security detail right before she's about to go on a national book tour?
I think it's evil, and I think that anybody that is okay with him removing Secret Service protection for somebody that he constantly goes out and talks shit about and accuses of doing things wrong. Like, even when Biden was in office and Trump asked for his children to have Secret Service, Biden gave his children Secret Service. Well, he didn't have to. That's not a part of the deal. If you are a candidate that your children get Secret Service, but Biden gave his children Secret Service because he understood like the things that go on with you as a candidate. And then they're saying, well, it's only really supposed to be allotted to them for 6 months. Well, if he's going to be out there daily talking shit about her, and Biden says, I understand that he's going to be doing this shit, and he tried to grant her, a year more than what she would have normally been allotted. Why is that a big deal to him? It's not coming out of his fucking pocket.
Yeah.
Now he want to follow the rules about everything when it comes to her, but when it comes to him and his family, he's okay with getting all of these, these different privileges. It's just evil. And if something happens to her or John Bolton or all of these people who have been in public life and we know that their lives are threatened,
it's on him.
I just don't. Yeah,
it's what he did to John Bolton, because we know the Iranian government had a hit on John Bolton. to take John Bolton's security detail is really bad. But I mean, obviously, her being a vice president, also too, I'm sure she got some enemies. Certainly, probably people from Palestine and things like, Palestine and things like that. But yeah, to remove a security detail, it's just completely unnecessary. I mean, for all of the things we waste money on.
It's not hurting him. These are things that are normally done in certain situations because we understand that, people from other countries and stuff that you've done while you were in office are really, like people are trying to get at you.
Yeah.
So the next president, just imagine if they say, after 6 months, look, we're taking Secret Service away from all your family.
I don't think I don't think America. Let's say, for instance, we do live out Trump years and everything's normal. If we get a president that comes in after Trump and he does a lot of the same vindictive retaliation style stuff that Trump does, I don't think America would survive it. I mean, because the right ain't gonna be favorable to that. They love doing it to the left, but if you get a liberal in there that's doing all that shit to them. I don't think we could survive having two guys back to back doing all of this stuff.
I mean, but what else is there for the other side to do? Like,
go high. When they go low, we go high.
We really is kind of feeling that Gavin Newsom is trolling Trump back. He's doing the same shit. He's talking the same shit. And he very well might end up being
the nominee.
The nominee that represents the Democrat Party. And they're going to have to do the same shit. They're going to have to say, you said that this was okay, so we're doing it too.
Yeah.
And it's going to be hard to say, just like I've heard Democrats say stuff about Michelle Obama saying, we just can't do that. If they go low, we go, go high. Now we're saying we got to fight fire with fire. That's the same thing that they doing in California now. Now they're doing it in other states. They say we can't.
But what about you? Do you favor gerrymandering to counter the Republicans?
You have to. You can't just let them. They will literally just win without fairness. You can't just let them.
What about packing the court?
Oh yeah, I believe we should have packed the court when Biden was in office. When everybody was saying, "No, we shouldn't really do that. That's not really right." Now we see what's happening. The Supreme Court is totally in Trump's pocket. Everything he's doing, he's getting away with. They said he got told anything he says. No, we should have packed the fucking courts and look. At least it would have been at least even. It would have been like an actual debate about what's fair. Now we just got Clarence Thomas saying, "Look, I don't even like black people and white people being married, even though my wife is white, because I'm,
I don't know where they found him at, man. God damn. God damn.
And they had the nerve to replace him over Thurgood Marshall just because he was a black man. That was the craziest shit ever.
Yeah, that's like when people always say that the tree voting for the axe because you think he's made of wood. I gotta move it on though, man. Yeah, I don't know where they found Clarence Thomas. That's a historically bad pick. that's got to be one of the. Yeah, he gonna be remembered for a long time after he gone. That is one hell of a black man. I appreciate you coming on, man.
All right, man. Take care.
You too. Good to. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen, get us on up to 100. And can we do 130? A lot of you folks tuned in this time of night. We're now in my central time zone. We're now at midnight, so I guess the phrase is good morning. Welcome to the program. But thank you guys for tuning in. Real quick, I'm going to give my solicitation that I always do. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. We're MAGA friendly. We've always been MAGA friendly. We always will be MAGA friendly. MAGA are my preferred guests. I just don't get many on the program, but MAGA are my preferred guests. If you enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle, alter ego. Appreciate the hat and mustache. If you enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle without any concern of a host trying to block, ban, or censor you, you're in the right place. Follow the program if you happen to be watching on TikTok, Clapper, Instagram. If you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a subscription. We generally run on all of those programs. Same thing, Handsome Liberal. If you got Clapper, if you have Instagram, if you have TikTok, and of course, if you have YouTube, follow the program, give your guys sub. Trump seemed like the best of two options, LOL, but now I don't know. That's a fair point to make. I mean, listen, I'm not one to believe that there was no reason to vote for Trump and Kamala was some fantastic candidate. I do believe, and thank you, King Fan, appreciate it. I believe Trump, I believe there was a ton of good reasons to vote for Trump. Trump was promising to do a bunch of good shit to the point where even Kamala Harris started copying his no tax on tips. I mean, he was promising to, get people dying overseas. Like he's going to end the war in 24 hours. That's a really good promise. He's going to end that war fast. People wanted to know what was going on with the Epstein shit. He was going to release that information very quick. People were sick and tired of paying too much for their groceries. He promised to bring that stuff down fast. So I understand why people voted for Trump. He was promising good shit. And it makes sense why people voted for him. I mean, it wasn't just all based on this or, some people say it was based on hate or whatever. No, he made really good promises, economic promises, made really good promises. Who would not argue with bringing down the price of groceries really quick or, ending all the people that are losing their lives in the Ukraine in 24 hours? That's a good promise. And of course, like I said, a lot of people wanted to know what was going on with elites being allowed to abuse children, and the Epstein list was going to reveal some of that. And he made it clear that you were going to find that out. So a lot of reasons to vote for the guy. J.D. Vance will be the next president, says We'll see, perhaps. That certainly is a possibility. He has been the middleman in settling 5 wars, he says. 7 is actually 5 so far. Well, yeah, but the wars you're talking about, like for instance, he boasted he settled the war between Pakistan and India. I mean, that war never really amounted to much. I mean, they traded a few pot shots. I mean, the wars he's not breaking up are the ones where everybody's getting killed. I mean, the ones he broke up, they didn't even really make it to the national stage much. I mean, most people didn't even know that Pakistan and India were starting to have a skirmish. Whereas Russia and the Ukraine has been going on for years. We're now in the 3rd year, I think coming up on the 3rd year of Pakistan and Palestine, the Palestinians and the Israelis. Those are the big ones. Those are the ones he campaigned on ending. The stuff that he's taking credit for, that stuff hadn't even started when he was running for office. That stuff, a lot of that stuff is, wasn't really making much news, like the Congo and things like that. So, in terms of the ones that the people are actually dying, he hasn't done a lot. In fact, the war in Gaza and the war in Russia have stepped up under his watch. So most of the time when you see Trump speak on those wars, he's blaming President Biden. Somebody in the comments says he is trying. Okay, he's trying. You want me to give me your address. I'll send you a participation trophy if that helps. He didn't do it. He said 24 hours. I don't want to hear 8 months later he's trying. That's not what he promised. Congo has been going on for 30 years. Yeah, and like I said, nobody was concerned with what was going on in the Congo. Well, he's the president of the USA. He better try. Yeah, he feels like a puppet now. It's kind of scary he's trying. I thought he was supposed to expose the deep state and all of that shit. Feel like when in the movie, The Fifth Element. Okay, tap the screen, get us on up to 130. Let me go back to the box. Now India is looking to a new trade partner in China. Yeah, we impose some serious tariffs on India because they trade fuel with Russia. And the whole Russian thing coming from President Trump, my opinion, has been so inconsistent. We started out, at least if you listen to the Trump side of things, we started out believing that the Ukraine started the war, according to Trump. Russia was just not having a NATO member state on their border, so they had the right to attack the Ukraine. This is what MAGA and Trump was saying when Trump first came on the scene towards the He got elected in November. So, around this time last year, we were blaming blaming the Ukraine for the war. And of course, Trump got in there, and obviously he met with Zelensky, and he was telling them he's flirting with World War III. And of course, he was accusing Zelensky of starting a war, stating, "You don't have the cards." Then soon after, I think around the time the Pope passed away and Trump met with Zelensky, the second time Zelensky probably was told, "You need to kiss his ass a little bit and you'll get better results," as opposed to fighting with him in the Oval Office. This time Zelensky was a lot more submissive. Trump came out of that meeting suddenly like, "We need to end this and maybe Russia's going too far." And then he ended up meeting with Zelensky a time or two more, and suddenly he was talking about, we need to actually sell weapons to the European nations, and then they can in turn give them to the Ukraine. And then he started faulting Russia for going too far. And of course, you heard him threaten that if Russia didn't stop in 50 days, he was going to impose strict sanctions and punitive measures on Russia. They didn't listen to Trump. He narrowed it down to 10 days. They didn't listen to that either. Then it became, well, we're going to have a summit in Alaska, and if nothing comes out of this, there's going to be strict sanctions and punitive measures on Russia. Nothing came out of that. Nothing. And of course, Trump did not follow through on any of his promises. So my humble opinion is Putin has no reason to fear Trump. I mean, at this point, Trump's threats to Russia are really, really empty. Those are really empty threats. Remember the red line in Syria that Obama drew, and the right was criticizing him for not following through when he threatened to use military in Syria if they didn't stop using chemical weapons? I think it was Assad, the leader over in Syria. By the way, before I go to the next call, did anybody hear that the Israelis killed the prime minister in Yemen today? Wow. Israel really feels like they just have the United States backing them to do any damn thing. Chris, welcome to the program. What has he promised and did? The border. Trump has promised and did the border.
Hey, Tim.
Good evening. Or good morning, rather.
Yeah.
Hey, I can hear you.
Yeah, you're all over the place.
What am I getting wrong?
I don't know where to start. I seen your backdrop. It said Chicago, but you talking about all this other stuff, and I don't even know where to start.
Okay, well, let's start with Chicago then.
Okay, you want to know about Chicago and the history of it?
I'm from there, born and raised.
Yes, so you do understand in 1919, right? In 1920, and what made Chicago bad the way it is now.
From Al Capone?
Is exactly. And I can't say, I didn't want to say that name, but yeah.
What the hell does that got to do with now?
That's
he died in 1939 of syphilis. What are you getting at?
That's the way Chicago. That's why Chicago is the way it is.
Yeah, but
because you got.
But Chris, Boston.
No.
And, I mean, every city has a horrible history of corruption. If you look back into it, most big cities in America have a history of corruption. What is the difference?
Sure do. And do you know why?
Because America was founded on corruption.
Exactly.
Okay, so what's your point?
So why make Chicago such a bad city?
Because it's liberal.
Oh, because it's liberal.
Yeah, it's liberal. If the state of Illinois put in a Republican governor, this shit would stop.
You think so?
Yes. Yes. Any state that has a Republican governor, it don't matter how bad their city is, you don't hear the right talking about it. New Orleans is fucked up. You don't hear them saying anything about how bad New Orleans is. I bring up Memphis and St. Louis and Baton Rouge. You don't hear them saying anything about those cities. Put in the Republican governor and the complaints go away.
Okay, let me ask you this. You ever heard of Johnny Torrio?
Yeah. That's the Proud Boys guy.
That's who?
Go ahead. Who is Johnny Torrio? Maybe I'm thinking about the wrong.
No, that's not the Proud Boy. No,
okay.
No. This guy's from the 1920s.
Okay. Who are you talking about? No, I don't know. I don't know this person.
That's Al Capone's boss.
Okay.
He passed the torch to Al Capone.
Okay.
Right.
What are you getting at?
And so Yeah, you don't understand. You don't understand.
No, I mean, like I said, every city in the U.S. has a. I mean, the mob was all over on the East Coast. Every city has a history of corruption and crime.
I wouldn't say every city, but
Every major city does.
yeah, Detroit, Chicago, New York.
I mean, the ones down in the South were all about slavery and all of that shit. I mean, so they got a history of corruption and crime too. I mean, it was just it's the only difference is what the mob was doing was illegal, so they're considered corruption and crime. Whereas with the slavery and the Jim Crow and all them, what they were doing to people was legal, but it was just as bad.
The issue is, Tim, you pushing prohibition back to the 1860s. Prohibition is 1920s, my brother. You understand?
I don't know why we're going back that far to begin with.
Pardon me?
We're talking about whether a city deserves to have a National Guard there. I don't know what bringing about Capone has to do with it.
Okay, Chicago do not deserve to have a National Guard. Now, if you want to go to the cities outside of Chicago, the little smaller cities, yes, they probably have a high per capita.
Yeah.
But Chicago itself as a city, no.
Yeah, anybody from I agree with you. Anybody from Chicago that know the suburbs, I guarantee Maywood, Robbins, Harvey, they all have a higher per capita. Yeah, they all have a higher per capita.
Yeah, smaller cities, maybe 50,000, 100,000 people. Them are worse off than Chicago.
Right.
Like,
Gary, Indiana is significantly worse. Significantly worse.
Exactly. Places like that. Detroit, for example. And we're Dinkale. That's my boy. He from this area. And he would tell you it's several cities in this general area that is worse than Detroit as far as per capita.
Suburbs.
Yeah, suburbs. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying?
So fair enough. Then what am I getting wrong then? Because we agree that Chicago is
a lot wrong. Because you going with this? What's this guy? Mega Rats. You listen to this cat.
No, me and him completely disagree. I didn't agree with him.
Yeah. Well, all I'm saying, don't fluff with him. Just tell him the truth.
I did.
You smart. You a smart guy.
No, I made it clear to him that per capita matters. He thinks it does not.
It does matter.
Yeah, it matters.
It matters a lot.
Of course it matters
a lot. You can be 10, 15 miles outside of Detroit in another city, and it's 10 times worse than Detroit per capita. Per capita. But they look at it like, no, Detroit is worse because the numbers are higher. That's not true. You can't walk to the store. You can walk to the store in Detroit, but you can't walk to the store in a small city. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, like I said, Chicago.
It's not safe.
Yeah, in terms of if we're having a conversation about violent crime in a major American city, Chicago is pretty far down compared to some of those other cities. But like I said, Trump is not going to bring those cities up because many of them are in red states.
Exactly. I went to Chicago, Tim, and I'll tell you what, I had a bad experience. And I went there twice, and I had a bad experience. And that's in the 80s. Mm-hmm. I had a very bad experience. We got chased up out of there. And I'm from Detroit. And we got chased up out of Chicago. And I'm like, what the hell going on? We was teenagers. No. We ain't do nothing. So, yeah, Chicago is a bad area. As far as my experience. Now, my daughter, she go there all the time. She say, Daddy, I don't have any problem. So maybe it changed.
I mean, listen, you're talking about a city like America where we got plenty of crime. You can go to any city and have a bad experience. I mean, some people, I mean, that's not something unique to Chicago. You can go anywhere and have a bad experience.
Right, exactly. So what are we going to do about it as a whole?
Well, to me, like I've been saying all throughout the show, if you want to lower crime, you got to address why crime is happening. And that's not being done. Especially for President Trump, he's just going to flood the area with folks to deal with crime. He's not trying to address why it's being done. I mean, he's not like if you can't be complaining about crime and you're not even in favor of a minimum wage increase. So if I go out and get a job, you're not even in favor of making my life worthwhile even with that. So, I mean, to me, he's doing nothing to address why crime happens, whether it's, people can't afford, bills, they can't afford to eat, with price of groceries. You're not in favor of doing anything for the person. You just want to arrest them if they slip up and commit a crime. So I don't see what he's doing is going to help that out at all.
Okay, explain to me why haven't Congress raised minimum wage in the last 20 years?
Because they're in the pocket of big business in corporate America. Corporate America does not like to do things that are favorable to the employee. That's why they're breaking up unions and stuff. They don't like to do things that's in favor. You want to do stuff that's in favor of the employee versus business. The right favors business. The left favors the actual employee. So you want to get that stuff, you're probably going to vote left.
Okay, the issue is you have had left in Congress running it and right in the last 20 years. Why haven't the left raised minimum wage?
They have. Look at the minimum wage in left-wing states compared to the minimum wage in right-wing states. Obama, I believe, raised the federal minimum wage to $10.10. They have done that.
The federal.
Yeah.
The federal. No, the federal haven't been raised in 20 years, Tim.
I think he tried or he done something with the minimum wage and he either got blocked or something because he was trying to take it up to $10.10 per hour. I believe maybe they stopped him, but the left is overwhelmingly in favor of raising the minimum wage. The right is overwhelmingly in favor of not doing it.
Right. And that's not, it's a big deal, but it ain't a big deal. But it is a big deal.
It is a big deal.
Because the South, the minimum wage is on the federal level, but up here up north is, is higher. The states kind of regulate that. So I'll let you slide with that one.
Well, somebody in the comments corrected. They said it's government jobs. So Obama raised the minimum wage for federal employees.
Yeah, federal.
Okay.
No, I'm just talking about minimum wage in general for all citizens.
Well, like I said, if you go to left-wing states, that has happened. Most left-wing states have a much higher minimum wage than right-wing states. So they are doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, you got some liberal states out there now where the minimum wage is $20 an hour. And you got right-wing states where the minimum wage is still in the $7, $8 an hour range.
Yeah, they basically they are federal minimum wage.
No. I mean at the state level. I mean even at the state level. The difference between what the
some of the state levels is they're gonna be the bare minimum.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't really. If your minimum wage in your state is higher than the federal minimum wage, they go by what the state is. Which is, like I said, a lot of liberal states, the minimum wage can be $20 an hour more. In the right-wing Bible Belt states, the minimum wage is that low federal minimum. That's pretty much what they're giving you. They haven't touched it in decades. I mean, there are right-wing states in the Bible Belt area where the minimum wage is $7.20 something an hour.
Yeah, that's pretty low.
That's very. What is it, like 40 some bucks a day or 50 some bucks a day? I mean, that's real low.
Right, less than that.
Yeah, it's
right,
real
less
low.
than that.
So, and that's if you work 8 hours. So, I mean, and a lot of folks, though, they tend to think, well, listen, a burger flipper don't need $10 or $12 an hour, but
they don't. No, they don't.
Yeah, but it ain't. But the problem is raising the minimum wage does not just pertain to burger flippers. If you're making $7.50 an hour as a burger flipper, and I'm making $10 an hour as a CNA. If minimum wage goes up to $10 an hour for you as a burger flipper, my wage is gonna go up too. They're not gonna keep paying me as a CNA that requires some training the same $10 an hour when you can make it as a burger flipper. So what people need to realize is the minimum wage is like a foundation on a home. It doesn't matter if you're in the basement or if you're on the third floor. When you raise the foundation, everybody's going to feel that. I mean, everybody's going to go up. So the guy on the top floor is going to feel like he's higher too.
Right. Okay, Tim, explain to me how is, and then I researched this. Why are we, we making, I think it's dozens of millionaires per day. Okay. United States of America is creating dozens of millionaires per day. Have been for the last, like, say, for the last year. Okay, dozens. And it could be because of their house price, you know, because your home price, you know, could have went up or whatever. But how explain to me what's going on here.
Well, there's a lot of things.
Is it going to crash? But because a lot of these millionaires, what they say, we have 20 million millionaires, right? And then it's like 1,000 millionaires are created per day. Okay.
I don't know exactly how many millionaires are created per day, but I will just say.
No, check it out.
Okay, I hear you, but let me respond to it. I'll just say this. We are, as our country continues shifting further to the right, as I stated, the right tends to favor the wealthy more than they favor the downtrodden. So the further to the right we go, the more favorable this country will be to creating people, the wealthy end of it. And you know, they say the rich will get richer, the poor will get poorer. That's going to happen. If you focus on small business and you focus on big business and you keep telling the person at the bottom, I don't have nothing for you, you need to figure it out, you're gonna see the wealth disparity grow that you're talking about. I do gotta move it on. I'll give you the last word though.
Well, you know, I really was hoping you would explain that to me, you know, but yeah.
It's the party you're electing is my answer. If the country keeps going further and further to the right, I believe the wealth, because the right focuses more on, you know, they often say, I've never got a job from a poor person. Or when you talk about helping out the poor, the response is, well, if I do that, he's just going to be a louse on the system and he's not going to do better. So they tend to focus more of the gifts or more of the legislation. Everything is more favorable to small business and big business. They're not very favorable to the working employee. So the less you give the employee, the less they make. The more you give the top, the more they make, and the disparity continues to grow, which includes creating millionaires. That's what's happening. They're doing more things. If all of the programs they're cutting, for instance, who do you think benefits from that? I mean, because if you are on Medicaid or Medicare and you're barely getting by, chances are your medical insurance and things like that, a lot of that funding is coming from wealthy people. So if they make cuts to you, that's more money in their pocket. All of them cuts they're making to the lower end is helping out the wealthy end. So you're creating with more wealthy people doing that.
So you agree with that? Where
no, I don't.
Yeah,
no, I don't.
Because it really don't make sense. If you help the lower class, maybe they can come up and help the country as a whole. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's trickle up versus trickle down. The right tends to believe that if you help out the upper class, they will in turn create jobs and do things that will help out the lower class. That's
been proven not to be true. It's been proven not to be true since Reagan era.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just simply saying the left believes in trickle up, the right believes in trickle down. I gotta move it on though, Chris.
All right, Tim. Thank you, man.
Appreciate it. Not a problem. Thank you. Moving on with the program. I didn't recall, but he got a bonus over $1 million a couple years ago. Who are you talking about? The minimum wage has only gone $4 since the 1980s. The federal minimum wage is $7.25. Yeah, there's no excuse for that. There is no excuse for why the minimum wage has stayed the same for decades like that. As somebody said, 1980 or something. There's no excuse for it. Whatever it is, 1990 or whatever it's been. But to me, in my opinion, there's no excuse for the minimum wage not to move every year. I don't care if it moves by 8 cents or whatever the fuck. I mean, inflation happens every single year. And the whole notion where a burger flipper don't need a bunch of money, that ain't what it should be based on. It should be based on, let's say, for instance, you are a burger flipper. Okay, you don't buy a house when you're working you shouldn't make enough to buy a house working at McDonald's. But you should make enough to buy a haircut. You should make enough to buy a pair of shoes every now and then. Okay, so if the pair of shoes is going up over the years, your salary should be going up to match that. Figure out what a burger flipper should be allowed to buy and keep raising the minimum wage so they can keep getting that, whatever it is. We haven't been doing that. We have not been doing that. So that's where I'm not saying that a burger flipper should be able to make a ton of money, but there are certain things they should be able to get. And I'll tell you myself personally, working at Burger King back in the late 80s, which I did for $3.80 per hour, my $3.80 per hour went a hell of a lot further than somebody working at Burger King in 2015 making 7 something an hour, which was what the minimum wage was. Now the minimum wage is, most companies now are not paying $7 an hour because of what happened with the pandemic, and they had to try to get people to come back to work. But right before the pandemic in 2019, you still had plenty of those jobs paying $7 and $8 an hour. The wages only went up because people were not coming back to work after the pandemic. So now you can be a burger flipper making $15 an hour or whatever. But yeah, my $3.80 per hour went a lot further than somebody flipping burgers in 2015, 2018, 2019. Because you're talking about 1988, I think it was. All the way to 2015, it hadn't even doubled. You realize how much the price of a soda, the price of a meal that the burger flipper is actually selling to the public has done more than double. So I could purchase a meal at Burger King with my hourly wage, or they may not be able to do it. So even as a burger flipper, you're making a lot less than a burger flipper was 15, 20 years ago. That's what I'm saying. The minimum wage should increase to address that, not to make a burger flipper able to buy a fucking house or something like that. Rent in some places are still below $1,500. A low federal minimum wage keeps low inflation. So Obama was at, I don't know about that. You saying keep the minimum wage low and it keeps inflation low. I don't know. I mean, so no minimum wage increase for all of those years. Did that work out well? I don't believe that. Shaky people should stay home if they're scared. When minimum wage goes up, the prices go up as well. So it's ultimately a wash. That is not true. I don't buy that, DS English, because prices are going to go up whether minimum wage increases or not. I mean, it's just a fact. Minimum wage, federal minimum wage stayed the same for 20 some odd years. The prices of goods and services didn't change. I mean, the price of the wage for a burger flipper stayed the same, yet the burgers he were flipping were costing more to the customers. So I don't want to raise your wage because they're going to charge you more for shit. You're going to charge more for shit anyway. So give me some money, Dad. That's the way I look at it. It ain't like you're going to keep the price. It ain't like you're going to keep the shit the same price. You're going to raise the wages anyway. So give me my fucking cut. The number of jobs will keep it balanced. West Coast has high inflation and high paid minimum wage. The federal minimum wage stays low to keep national low. Well, when you say the West Coast has high inflation and high paid minimum wage, well, I'll tell you this. The Bible Belt states have a much lower minimum wage. I don't know what their inflation rate is, but I know they're a whole lot more poor. They're a whole lot more impoverished than people on the West Coast. Them people in the Bible Belt cities live really, really poor. Yeah, I know the cost of living is cheaper in Mississippi than it is in California, but the average Mississippian is much more impoverished than the average Californian. So I want the minimum wage. I don't want to hear the excuses for why I would be better off if I get paid less. I'm never going to buy into that. Pay me and I can figure that shit out. I don't want to hear that, well, inflation will stay low if we don't pay you shit. No, pay me more and let me figure it out. Tap the screen, by the way. Get your gallon up to about 140. We're getting close there. Burger flippers should at least be able to afford college. I don't know about afford college off of burger flipping, but like I said, just figure out what you think a burger flipper should be able to afford. Whatever it is. Like I said, a haircut. Back in the day, you could afford a jalopy, a piece of shit car off of a minimum wage job. Whatever you think a burger flipper or a person making, and by the way, it ain't just burger flippers making minimum wage either. When you talk about going from a $7 an hour minimum wage to a $15 an hour minimum wage, there's a whole lot of other jobs in there that it does not just include burger flippers. School bus drivers was in that shit. CNAs, some cases LPNs, security guards, factory workers. These are jobs that grown folks have. So the idea that a burger flipper, he's just a kid, 15, he don't need, no, it's a whole bunch of grown folks making that shit. And that's what I also believe, that when I lived in Australia, they had this. Minimum wage was based on your age. So a 15-year-old's minimum wage would be much less than a 40-year-old's minimum wage. Because we do have a lot of full-grown adults working for minimum wage. Let's say you just serve time and you get out and you get a minimum wage job. Tell me that person don't need to make enough money to live off of. This is a full-grown adult. There are plenty of full-grown adults making that $7-8 an hour. If you're going to say a burger flipper doesn't need to buy a house, then make sure the money is only going to little high school people. But if the person is a full-grown adult, that minimum wage should be something different. Now you're talking about people that might have kids and responsibility. Wow, minimum wage based on age is an awesome concept. Yeah, and in Australia, they have that. It is based on your age. It is, your minimum wage changes if you're older. Not many places are paying minimum wage anymore. No, the pandemic changed that, but they were right up to like 2019. So minimum wage changed after the pandemic. And that's because I believe personally, because they started giving out, what was it, $600 stimulus checks or whatever. You know, I don't know if it was, I think it was was it Nancy Pelosi or was it Trump? I can't remember who was responsible for doing it. I know Trump put his name on some checks, so I think Trump got the credit for it. But I said at the time that when all the businesses started closing and people had no income coming in, I believe that the Pelosi's and the Trumps were like, look, these people, they have no income. Let's just throw them a bone and give them just a little bit to get by. Now, Trump and Nancy Pelosi, these are rich fucks. They got plenty of money. Just give them $600 a week. They thought that was a let them eat cake moment. Yeah, it's just enough to get them by. Just give them a little. They didn't realize giving people $600 a month. I don't think the Pelosi's and the Trumps realize how low American citizens are paid. They gave folks $600 a week or whatever it was, and the minute things started to subside with the pandemic, it was hard to get people to come back to work. They didn't realize that $600 that you thought was just scraps for them to get by, that's more than what they were actually earning after a 40-hour work week. Because $600 a week, certainly without any taxes, I mean, if you're making $10 an hour, that's $400 a week, and they take taxes out of that. If you're making $15 an hour, that's 80. I'm talking about a 40-hour work week. You're making $15 an hour. That is $600 per week, and they take taxes out. You're giving them $600 a week tax-free, or I think there may have been taxes coming out of it, but you're giving them $600 a week. That was more money than a whole lot of Americans was making. That's why it was hard to get people to come back to work. Because you don't show them a better life than they were actually going out and working for. But like I said, I don't think the Pelosi's and the Trumps realize how little people were making. Just give them $600. That's a bone. It'll help them get by. No, that's a lot of money to these people. These people ain't making shit. And they didn't realize that. And after a while, now they have to pay you more because they don't show people what it's like to live with a little bit more. But I don't think they ever realized how low people were getting paid in this country. People were actually making it off of $8, $9, $10 an hour. That's all you've gotten from my rant. Oh, you guys are talking amongst each other. In Canada, we have a student minimum wage for under 18. After that, it's the same as the adult minimum wage. It ranges from 15 to 19. Yeah. And that, we love being a capitalist country. We tend to view all these other countries as socialism, and we talk about equity and things like that. There's good and bad to that. If you're trying to succeed, if you're on a path to success and you're about to make a whole bunch of money, capitalism is where you want to be. But if you're struggling, you work for a company that ain't paying you shit, or you happen to be in an industry where you can't make a lot of shit, or you're not that very well educated, you want some of that equity of the socialist policies. And unfortunately in this country, even the poor are like capitalism. You need help, motherfucker. You're not making much. You're promoting something that is not in your own best interest. I don't need any programs. I want to make it myself. They're not going to pay you enough to cover this shit. You need somebody to give you health care or somebody to help you out with college. Your employer has no intention of paying you enough to cover any of that shit on your own. But in this country, even the poor are often yelling, get rid of socialism, give us capitalism, capitalism. All right, well, you're going to stay in the poor category. But what does that say? But B pits out. I don't know what you're saying there. Let me go back to the box. We'll continue on with politically sincere. It's an interesting name. Politically sincere. What am I getting wrong? Political?
Well, I'm sorry. You know how it's delayed? What you said? You know when I come in, it's a little bit delayed. What you said?
What brought you up?
Yeah, it brought me up the fact that you were saying that it is different to live. It depends a little where you live. For example, I live in New Jersey now, and like here, like kids get like yellow bus, they get like food, like breakfast, they get like lunch. But like my daughter is from a divorce. She's to South Dakota now. She just moved now, and there is no like yellow bus. There's no like free lunch for no one, even though it's a poor area in Rapid City. So you can definitely see there how like everything has a cons and it's pro. I would say that like life is hard to make it here in New Jersey. Life is hard, but there are a lot of social programs that make you kind of make it to the end. You know,
Right.
that being because they give free food, or like because you get the benefits that you can get. You know, like whatever.
What happens if you're in South Dakota and mom and dad are poor? I mean, like there's just nothing. The kid gets no lunch at all in school.
Yeah, no.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really weird. You don't get nothing really in Rapid City, but I have lived before like in Vermilion, like 60 miles away from Sioux Falls, and there you can apply. I don't know why specifically there is like that, but it's hard to say. Like, and I think that sometimes people just like to defend where they're living at. So like a redneck defense is life, and then somebody, let's say like in Baltimore, defense is way of life. But you can kind of understand them both, if you can say. And I think that's why in America you have to have this kind of like style of government where like states have their own representation and way of being. Each state should have its own way, because you cannot have a system where like what's applied in South Dakota is applied in Maryland. You can't have that.
No, I agree. I agree. It's a big difference between South Dakota and Maryland, but I don't think there should be any state that doesn't have social programs like free lunch in schools. I mean, no matter what state it is, people can lose jobs and fall on their ass.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I understand that. But the problem is that let's say in those lands of somebody in South Dakota where like a lot of moms do stay home, or where like families is a bigger thing. I mean,
Then they don't need it. Then they don't need it. But the mom who does need it, I mean, I think it should be there.
You know, but then there's the other con. Like, for example, let's say you live in New Jersey, and then like somebody also needs a break and needs a little bit of a tax break. Somebody needs to get the government to stop washing them so much and everything that they do. You know, that being from like a liquor license that is tough. For example, South Dakota, it's so easy to have like a casino. Like if you go to, have you been to South Dakota?
Yeah, I've been there before.
Like if you go to a gas station, they have casinos in all the gas stations. Like in any gas station, they have like a mini casino inside. Where like,
Yeah, but that really just
the
casinos really just amount to a tax on the citizens, because that's what that money ain't really doing much for this. I mean, it you know, there's programs where the money helps out things, but I mean the money's coming from the people, so all it is recycling money. You're not. I mean, you need federal programs sometimes, but you know.
That's definitely true, but where I was coming from, it was the fact of like, let's say that you have enough money to open a gas station. For some reason you do. And you have a wonderful idea how you can put some machines in the back. You have this, whatever it is, you have an entrepreneur. You're not going to have the government up your ass, like limiting you. And what a lot of people feel that they want to push it through, let's say like in Baltimore, like New York City, is the government is, well, some people feel like they're out to get them, right? And some people feel like that. And it's like, how can I open the business? And then, like, as much as you can say that somebody who's poor in South Dakota is not getting a free lunch and oh my goodness, well then also there's somebody, some Italian, some Puerto Rican in Brooklyn, some African American person who's saying, "Hey, listen, right now I can't catch a break. We're opening this liquor store." Yeah. So I think that.
But I think the issue when it comes to government intervention and opening up businesses, it's like a balancing act. In other words, you don't want to be involved so much to the point where you make it almost impossible for the little man to open up a business. But at the same time, you don't want to relax laws so much that people start getting hurt. Like Palestine, Ohio is a good example of, all of a sudden they relaxed the law so that you could have a train carrying dangerous materials and you only need to have 1 or 2 people on it, as opposed to they used to have more, engineers on it to pay attention to what's going on. And all of a sudden this train derails in the town and now they got all these dangerous chemicals. And I mean, you don't want to relax. You don't want to have too much government intervention, but there is a danger in having too little government intervention as well, such as a lot of these stores open up in the hood. They don't have big supermarkets in the hood sometimes. So some small store opens up and very little government intervention and inspection. So they're selling meat that's expired and all that kind of shit. So you need a healthy amount of government intervention, because just like the government can be corrupt, the business that you're not intervening with, they're corrupt too.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. If you allow me just to I'm going to attach it to it, but quickly just saying something that I want to discuss with you. I watched you on YouTube, we followed you for a while. I love your channel.
Thank you.
What I would say about something is that, and maybe to African Americans, it doesn't apply the same way. It's like a little different, but I'm an immigrant. Italians were immigrant at one point. They're still immigrants sometimes, dependent on generations. People want to move inside the country. People don't want to live in the border states. Like if you go to New Jersey, to Newark, you go to New York City, it's really hard to find American people that are like 3rd, 4th generation. And people seem to be gravitated that, like if you just come from Italy and you settle down like in Newark 100 years ago, you might have wanted to stay because your parents were born there, then your kids might want to stay, the grandkids, but eventually you say, let's get out of here. This is just too crazy here. And eventually what you see is that a lot of these places like New York City, Boston, with the Democrats lead, you have them being run by immigrants and also African Americans and also people who are like 2nd, 3rd generation. But when time keeps passing, people just move out of here. Like even like me, I grew up in the Bronx with a lot of Puerto Ricans and stuff. Mm-hmm. They're all leaving. They all left to Pennsylvania, to Orlando. They left to Texas, and they're not looking at coming back. And in that way, you can maybe even think that the conservative states are better. Within the logic that I'm making, there are many ways you can look at things. But within that logic, the people that are more American than others because they've been here for longer. Because the thing is that even though you're very American, if you were born here and your parents aren't, you're still very American, you still are a citizen. The difference is that you at least have a lot of reasons to stay in New York, right? Because if your mom is an immigrant, she lives in the Bronx, you can just pack up your things and go to Oklahoma and leave your mom behind and your dad and your cousins. It's a little bit tougher. But with every race that lands in New York and Baltimore and Boston, they eventually leave. That's why it's really hard to find somebody in Connecticut. Well, Connecticut might be a little different, but like in New York City, what is Smith last name? Right? Who the hell has a Smith last name?
I don't know, because if you're on the East Coast, like in New York and some of these cities you're talking about, there ain't shit going on in Oklahoma. Maybe you like the tax bracket or whatever, but you like entertainment, you like being able to, you're talking about opening up a business, for instance. You're going to have a whole lot more customers in New York than you are in Oklahoma. There's good and bad. You may not like the liberal government, but you go into some of these states you're talking about, ain't nobody there.
That's logical, but I'm kind of basing it on like what I see, like. Again, this is a little tough because there's no racism in me. Trust me, I'm not a racist person, but I don't think it applies the same way to African Americans. Like African Americans have built like a community in Harlem that has been there for 100 years. When we talk about the Italians, the Germans, hey, I can walk around New York City and it's really tough for me to find people with an Italian last name. I asked the lady, where are your people? They say, oh, my people? They all went to New Jersey, to Atlantic City. They moved to Pennsylvania. They moved to conservative areas. I don't want to get into why African Americans don't do it because I don't want to make it a racial conversation. But
you kind of already have done that, but okay, keep going.
Yeah, but I wanted to make that point because those are examples of communities that have stayed. Like there is a community of black people in Baltimore, New York City.
Well, but you understand the black community. Yeah.
Stay.
Well, the problem is the African American community probably represents the poorest community in this country. You know, you got to have money to move. The blacks that do have money, they've moved to Atlanta and they live in Houston. They've moved. I mean, the ones who don't have money can't move.
Yeah, and I wanted to just protect myself from you saying me, oh look, but not the people that I know, they don't move. So, but yeah, people also move to Atlanta and New Orleans. A lot of people do that. African American community.
I don't think there. I think every group moves.
Option.
Yeah, I think every group moves.
Sorry, what?
I think every group moves depending on why they're moving. Every group moves.
If you, I don't want to make the claim that blacks don't move, but I just wanted to protect myself from like if you were to say.
I'm trying to figure out what point you're trying to make here.
But my point is that when you have the option, let's say you have the option, you have the money, you have the resource, and let's say that you're not that attached to that community because you just got there. So as long as you're not a newly immigrant, it's not like you're first generation or second generation. If you have the means and you live in Philadelphia, New York, New Jersey, New York City, or Boston, most likely you're gonna get the hell out. Most likely. If you are very rich and you can pull off living in Long Island or something like that, you can pull it off for a few generations. But eventually the people, one of your grandkids who can't make it to be a doctor, they'll just move out. And that's what I see.
Why are they moving?
Why are they moving out? Because it's impossible. You don't get the same quality of life. You don't get it. Unless we're talking about doctors and maybe judges and stuff, you're not going to get the quality of life. You're not going to get it. So you're going to find it's a bunch of people who live in Indiana and Ohio, and they'll tell you, oh, no. My great-great-great-great-grandmother, she used to live in Brooklyn. But then, they came here eventually, and we settled over here.
I mean that happens. I mean, listen, when you mentioned the black community, for instance, most of us started out down south. I mean, you get your hands on the average black man that lives in Chicago or Philadelphia or that lives in Detroit, and you ask him, chances are his grandparents or great-grandparents started out in Mississippi or Alabama somewhere. So people move around for different reasons. I mean, we moved around because they were treating us like shit in the South. Maybe you move around because, it's, as you say, I can't afford to live in New York anymore. But people move around for different reasons.
Yeah, people move around for a reason, but it's really difficult to find people from the Midwest moving to New York City. You could find people that would say something like, oh, no, I'm going to NYU. Oh, okay. Oh, no, I'm going to some film school. But to find people who are saying, I'm going to pack my bags and I'm going to move with my family and build a life in New York City is not happening. And I think that says something. The people that move from the South to the North during, let's say, the Great Depression, a little bit after, maybe way before as well, they had reasons for that because it was a terrible South. But
well, right now,
people are moving and I'm going to step back. Because what does it take somebody to move from Indiana to New York City? They don't need a passport. They just need to go. But they don't go.
Yeah, but I'll tell you one thing though. When the cost of living is really high in an area, that usually means a lot of people want to live there. So yeah, people from Indiana can't move to New York. It's probably because everything costs so much. But it ain't because New York is vacant. A lot more people want to live in New York than they do in Indiana. That's why it costs just like Los Angeles costs a fortune. People want to live there.
I disagree with that because what happens is that during the 1950s and before, for a long time, New York City was the most populated city in the world. And it lost that title. If you look at the trend of population, the growth population in New York City, it has grown from 8.5 million to 9.5 million in 70 years. It hasn't really grown that much. But it's still very big. It's still very big.
It's still the number one. It's still the most populated city in America.
It's still number one. Because when you see in a place like Queens, for example, which is the most populated borough, and sometimes they lose to Brooklyn, they're almost tied up all the time. It's mostly just immigrants. And
I'll tell you this.
Oh no, I'm white. It's like, oh yeah, you're white. Okay. But your mom was born in Israel.
I'm not speaking of it. I'm just going to tell you. It's not like there are vacancies all over New York. I mean, if somebody moves from New York to Oklahoma, as you're talking about, there's somebody happily waiting to fill their place. They're number one. They have the most population. The rents and the stuff cost a fortune in New York for a reason. Everybody wants to live there. They got ridiculous traffic. People are paying thousands of dollars to live in a shoebox apartment, but they don't have any shortage of people willing to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, but like, for example, again, if you get to know the people in New York City, and for example, in Queens, you will find out that a lot of them, 20% of 30 are just immigrants. And then the other 20, 30%, they're like, oh, I was born here. Well, my mom was born in Mexico. And that still makes them American. But what that makes them is that they don't have the same opportunity as others. But when you get to it, like, no, but let me find somebody in Queens that's third generation. So if you say, well, why is it so populated? Yeah, because like half of them are immigrants or first generation or second generation. But we're talking about Americans who really say, dude, I know about my options. That I got options, bro. Like my grandfather went to like World War II or something. I've been here for a while. They don't choose New York. They choose other things.
Well, when you bring up, I'm going to use the quote. I'm going to use the quote of former President Obama that once said, in regards to immigrants, before they were them, they were us. In other words, you mentioned yourself at one point you were immigrant, so you were them back then. Now you're us. I mean, the folks you're talking about, you say New York is mostly immigrants. A generation from now, they're going to be part of us now. They're going to be talking that they're just as American as you are. I mean, you got to start somewhere. The whole country started that way.
I love them. I love the immigrant. I'm an immigrant too. I love the immigrant community. But what I'm saying is that it says something that when the Americans have an option of choosing, let's say, Iowa or New York City, the Americans are not choosing New York City.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. but hold on, Habit. I would say you add them all up together. You add up South Dakota. You add a amount of states that is equal population of New York, and they're choosing those states over New York City. But how come then New York City has so many people?
What percentage? Hold on. What percentage of New York is you suggesting is immigrant?
In New York City?
Yeah.
I don't have a PC in front of me right now. At least 25%, at least.
Let me tell you why I asked you that. Let's say 50% of New York is immigrants. It has a population of 8 million people. So even if half of it is immigrant, the remaining 4 million is still bigger than most cities in the damn country. So when you say Americans ain't living there, they are living there. There's a whole bunch of them. They are definitely still living there.
Okay, but the thing is that if you add up states in the Midwest that equal to 8 million people, right? You add Nebraska.
There are none. If you add up multiple.
You add a bunch of states that equal 8 million people.
Okay.
Those 8 states in the Midwest, they're like 90% American, 85% American. So what happens is that if you add New York City and the 8 million people, and half of them are immigrants, that's why they have 8 million people, because half of them are immigrants. And
I don't get your point.
So what I'm trying to say is that an American chooses the Midwest or chooses something else, or Georgia. They're not gonna choose New York City. The thing is, if I was from India, I would definitely choose New York City. If I was from like another country, because New York City, you're gonna get the resources, you're gonna get the language you're gonna get translators, you're gonna have ESL in school.
But I don't. Here's where you're losing me. You're talking about mostly immigrants. You're still admitting that in New York, it has more American cities than virtually every other American. Even if New York is 25, 30% immigrants, because the town has 8 million people, it still has more Americans living in New York City. Then you got to name multiple states to even compete with this one city. So the idea that there's immigrants everywhere, no, there's American people everywhere. You just happen to be noticing the immigrants.
Yeah, but even if we say that it's half of the people who live in New York City are immigrants, the other half, a lot of them are like first or second generation. Once they have the chance of moving out, they're going to move out. If a New York City person has the resources and the experience, they're most likely going to move out. If somebody lives in Wisconsin and they've been here for a while, they have the resources, it's very unlikely they're going to want to move to New York City.
I vehemently disagree with you, because I don't think when you look at the price of how much it costs to live in New York City, obviously that ain't a bunch of immigrants paying that kind of money. I mean, there's a whole lot of Americans that you're not counting.
They live very badly. They live in rooms. They rent rooms. They share living rooms.
That's happening everywhere, though.
I wasn't making the case about like I'm negative about immigrants. I'm making the case that Americans don't choose New York City. New York City is chosen by immigrants, and first generation, second generation, because here we make it very nice for immigrants. We very have a lot of inclusion. We have a lot of languages. We have a lot of cops who understand the diversity, and they're not gonna get that good treatment in Iowa. If you're from India, you don't know the English, you're not gonna feel very comfortable in Indiana. So feel comfortable in New York City.
No.
But eventually, their grandkids, when they're Americans, fully Americans, they have nothing attached to India anymore. They're most likely gonna say, "Let's get the heck out of here."
I don't know. You and I disagree on that. Yeah, you and I disagree on that because you start talking about the immigrants living in New York. They don't live very well. Look how the Americans are living in places like Mississippi and Alabama. I would submit to you, an immigrant in New York is probably living just as well as some of the Americans that are living in the South. I mean, them are some really dirt poor areas. So I don't know about the whole notion, well, I want to leave New York and go move to Mississippi. I don't see that.
Well, no, I wouldn't put Mississippi on my list, but I will at least say Kansas. When we're talking about New York City,
Kansas is really poor. Kansas is really poor, and there's nothing to do there.
Kansas.
You gonna leave Queens and go hang out in Salina or Topeka? I don't think so.
Yeah, but I think that's a good joke.
I think it's. I don't think nobody's doing that.
For handsome liberal, there are people who have family values. There are people who are tired of getting mugged in the street. People who are tired of getting their car stolen.
That's a different.
There are people who are newly Christians. I don't know, but and there are some things you can do in Kansas City. There are some things you can do in Manhattan, in Wichita, Kansas. There's some things you can do, and what happens is that in New York City right now the minimum wage is $16 an hour. Mm-hmm. Mathematically, you can't live. Mathematically, you can't pay a studio. A studio is $2,000 in the ghetto on 149th Street in the Bronx. Mathematically, you can do it. So what you have in New York City is people who can live in the projects for free. And you have people who are busting their ass trying to make it through with 2 jobs. And then they just hear, what? Wait a minute. In Kansas City, I can work in McDonald's and have a 1-bedroom apartment in the ghetto that is mine?
I don't think that's true.
No, in the ghetto. In the ghetto in Kansas City. And you go like, because I already live in the ghetto in Brooklyn and all I have is a room. Crap, maybe I'll do it. But like, well, wait a minute. No. I barely speak English. I ain't moving over there. I'm just like a newly immigrant here. But when we're talking about more generations coming through, they leave.
Yeah, I can't listen. I'm not from New York, but to me, leaving New York and moving to the ghettos of Kansas City looks like the end of Goodfellas, where you're in the witness protection program. That is a really slow area to move to. I get you want to be able to afford to live, but damn, there's like no entertainment unless you're in.
But it happens.
No.
It happens. It happens all the time. If you go to Atlanta, outside of Atlanta, you see a bunch of New Yorkers. You see a bunch of New Yorkers living